What's up, Young Bucks, Old Goats, episode 78. I got some of my boys here with me. We got Tank, and you could take his picks to the bank right here. Our Super Bowl playoff picking champion. We got to give him props. I don't think we ever gave him the proper props for that.
We gave him props. He doesn't need any more.
Okay, no more props. That's it. Also, Hialeah Comic Bro coming to you out of Pembroke Pines. He's here.
Comic snob.
Yes, Pembroke Pines comic snob. Show him why you're a comic snob this week, real quick.
Show him.
Yeah.
Oh man, put it back, bro.
All right, we'll show it later. He bought a really expensive toy comic book paper. So, dude, tonight we're gonna talk. We've been doing live sports talk like for a while. Tonight we're gonna look back at times games have been rigged. Yeah, cheers, everybody. Hell yeah, cheers. We're going to look back at times sports have been rigged. There's been cheating involved, fixing, maybe some gambling, stuff like that. And we're going to kind of look at the four major sports. We're going to look at some baseball, basketball, football, a little boxing. And we are playing a drinking game like we've been playing the last few weeks. When you hear tuck rule, take a drink. When you hear a motorcycle or a really loud exhaust pass by Raul's window, it'll sound like meh. When you hear that, take a drink. Chad's not here right now, but when you hear him say Brady's the GOAT, take a drink. And when Tank yawns, you could take a drink too.
Oh, that might be the winner.
Is that all of the instances?
Yeah.
How convenient is the last one? When you hear how convenient. Mm-hmm.
Check how many times I yawned last one. I did.
We're going to have to check the stats on that. I don't have them with me right now. All right, so we're in Go Pen Studios. I got my boys with me. Couple of quick notes before we get into the episode. Couple rest in peace. Rest in peace, Marty Schottenheimer. Rest in peace, Leon Spinks, known for beating Muhammad Ali back in 78 for the title, which Ali's going to come up in this episode later. And, dude, I was surprised this guy's record. What would you say, Hialeah, his record was without Googling it?
Leon Spinks?
Yeah.
Dude, wasn't he like a club fighter? He wasn't like, I don't believe he had a ton of fights. I'm going to put it,
I'll tell you this. He had 43 professional fights.
43 fights. Okay, I'm going to put it 30-13.
Now, you say club fighter, but he fought for the title.
Yes, and he won the title.
And then he did fight for the title again another time. So he had an up and down career.
Yeah.
But I was surprised that he was 26-17.
You didn't ask me, bro.
My bad. Last time you couldn't even figure out how to add it up, so I didn't want to I didn't want to put you on the spot, dog.
All right.
30-13 wasn't too far off.
He's on fire, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna give you a chance. His brother, more well known for losing to Mike Tyson for the title, he had 32 professional fights. You can guess, Tank, what his record was.
What was his name?
He only had 32 fights?
Yeah, he only had 32 professional fights. Michael Spinks. Don't Google it. I see you Googling that.
Nah, I didn't see it. I don't know, bro. Fucking 12.
He was 12. He fought 32 times, but 12. 12's your answer.
Yeah.
This is why I don't ask you these questions.
12 what? What was his record? Out of 32, what was his record? You said 12. That's not the complete answer.
We're not going to get into math classes right now, but he was 30. Dude. He was 31-1.
Wow.
And I mean, he was undefeated when he faced Tyson, dude, and he got humiliated in that fight. He never fought again. You remember that first round TKO?
Okay, he did get humiliated, but he went up in weight to fight. You know, he went up in weight and he was totally out of his league.
Well, because he had the titles, bro.
I know, dude, but come on, it's Tyson, and he was not a big guy. He went up in weight. He might have had the title, but he wasn't a true heavyweight.
No, he fought a lot as a cruiserweight,
Right.
but still, he was the undefeated, undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. He got fucking destroyed, bro.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
Remember his eyes? Remember when he hits and his eyes rolled back? Oh my goodness.
he was scared, dude. He didn't want anything to do with him. When you watch that fight, you can watch it on YouTube. It's like a minute and a half. He didn't want anything to do with fucking Tyson, bro.
That's like 90 seconds, Tank. That's like 90 seconds.
Yeah. You can watch that fight in 90 seconds and you'll get a good idea of who Mike Tyson was in that era and how people were he would win the fight before he got in the fucking ring. People were already fucking scared of him, dude. He was all about intimidation. Speaking of deaths, do you guys think we're seeing the death of football, slow death? The viewership's down. The Super Bowl was down 9% on viewership this year.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's like, I think 2 or 3 years in a row now that it's been declining.
Okay, to that fact, which is those are facts. I don't know, man, because the football season ends, and I watch Get Up every when I can. I watch Get Up every morning at 8 on ESPN, and dude, it's nonstop football talk. It's just they're talking about the draft and the pro day and the this, and it's. Where's Deshaun Watson? What about Roethlisberger? Juju might go to the Raiders. This and it's nonstop football, and the football season just ended. So I don't know how true that is.
Well, no, I mean those numbers are true. It's weird in a pandemic year too that everybody's home. You're not going to bars to watch it. There is a lot of people not watching on TV. There's a lot of streaming and other things that people are watching them. So that's skewing the numbers. But I know that there's, for a fact, people who have turned their back on football. I know some people personally, whether it be the kneeling, the social justice thing. I got to tell you, a lot of people are probably bored of fucking Brady, dude. That shit gets boring. I know most people are like, oh, he's so great. He's the GOAT. But a lot of people, including me, is fucking tired of that narrative they keep pushing of fucking Brady, dude. Pussification of rules, too. That's another thing. What is this? Tank, what are you doing? I mean, I'm talking shit.
I can't fix my beard, bro.
Yeah.
You're talking shit.
I thought you were saying I was talking shit, so you were like doing a symbol. Don't get so touchy, dude.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say it. You know what's getting old?
Me?
Is your Brady hate.
It is what it is, bro.
I said it, Tank.
Don't like the guy. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to lie and say how great he is and that I love him?
No, bro. Dude, I haven't brought up Brady. Tank, did you bring up Brady? Stop bringing his ass up, dude.
Well, we're talking about deaths and the viewership is down, and I was just saying,
you're blaming it on Brady.
Well, yeah, it's kind of boring, dude. That's all. And we're gonna talk about fixed games and things like that. He's gonna come up in cheating and things. So I'm sorry. I know it's boring to keep talking about him. But anyways, so the episode is. Let me ask you guys this: do you think the pussifications of the rules has also led to less viewership?
I think that's a valid point.
And when I say the pussification of the rules, like if you do like this to a quarterback, that's a 15-yarder. You can't like get anywhere near somebody's helmet. I mean, you can't even put a real good hit if the guy didn't have a chance to stop and defend himself. Things like that. That's what I'm talking about.
I think that could have something to do with it. I'm sure the purist. I think a lot of people too are going. I don't know. I would imagine college football is down too, but there's a lot of people that just left professional and are just watching college. There's a lot of people like that.
Yeah, I know a couple people like that.
Is college not the same shit every fucking year though?
Yeah, but they just prefer college football, watching college football, following college more than the pros.
There's a certain appeal to college football. Those guys are really, at most points, are trying to play their ass off to get to the next level. There's the school. They're not really hired guns, even though they change schools a lot, but they're more like for the team and for the school. And here's somebody claiming Tom Brady's the GOAT. Keep believing that.
What's up, Robert? Roberto?
That's my boy, the one that I've taken to your house a couple of times to watch the Super Bowl.
Oh, no wonder. I already know he's a Brady
Oh,
lover.
you've gone to watch the Super Bowl at the Goat's house, really?
But Berto, that's Berto, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, Berto? Tom Brady's not the GOAT, bro.
Crickets.
What were we talking about, dude? Oh, why would players cheat? Why would players fix game? Why would coaches fix game? Well, why would they even, they get paid pretty well. They didn't always get paid well. So that, some of the examples we're going to give are way back in the day. But maybe, certain people get vulnerable, dude. Maybe players are gambling themselves. They get in bad positions, sex, drugs, you don't know. They could be compromised, and somebody comes up to them like, hey, if you don't do what I say, this is going to get out, that's going to get out, or, and then, they don't want it to get out. Boom. They'll be open to some sort of cheating or fixing or
maybe they're just old goats and they gotta stay in front of the young bucks, and they need that advantage.
Are you talking about Tom Brady?
No, I wasn't. But
I'm sorry. I thought that sounded exactly like what happened.
An injury too. You start cheating because you get injured. You don't recuperate as fast.
We got a lot of Brady lovers in the chat here. Hey, Brady's going to have minor knee surgery. So, they did call 9 penalties. They did call 9. Virus Argentina. I don't know. And it has a biohazard. Para mí la verdad está escrita en la Biblia. Yeah, that's true.
That's my cousin, dude.
Okay.
Eating shit.
But it's true what he says, bro.
What, that it's written in the Bible?
Yes. Shout out to Virus Argentina. Yes, the Antichrist, a.k.a. Tom Brady, all these stories. We've heard them before. Dude, 9 penalties. It's not my turn. Let's lead this off with baseball. Hialeah, you got baseball. Tank's going to do some boxing. I got
to go first?
You're leading off.
All right, dude.
Berto. Hell yeah, dog. And that's what I'm going to talk about. That's why Brady wins all the time, because that shit's rigged, dude. Why do you think Brady's in the fucking Super Bowl against Mahomes? Clearly the best quarterback in the NFL. Clearly the real GOAT. Because everybody, look at everybody, Brady's a GOAT, Brady's a GOAT. Everybody texting me, Brady's a GOAT. They all want to see him win. And then there's people like me who want to see him lose. It's like a Mayweather fight. You want that guy there. And then there's people like the bum who refuse to watch the game when he's in it, which is probably what I'm going to do next time.
So you're saying he will be back again?
I mean, if they want him to be back, he'll be back, bro. It depends what strings they want to pull. This shit's looking like the WWE to me, bro.
So why do you think he's the golden child? Why Brady?
Because America loves a white, wholesome boy quarterback, and then a lot of other people love to hate him. Dude, look how Teflon he is. I got my Mof hat that does look like a MAGA hat a little bit, but it's not. He had that MAGA hat in his locker room. He didn't really catch much flack over it. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He's like Teflon.
Yeah.
He's like Teflon, dude.
So what, are you jealous? Is that what it is?
Of who?
Who are we talking about? Who else are we talking about? What do you mean of who?
Am I jealous of Tom Brady?
Yes.
No. Of why would I be?
Because nothing sticks to him. He's Teflon. He's the Teflon Don.
There's plenty of people who are Teflon. I'm not jealous of them. My job is to point out the facts. That's all.
Nobody like Brady, though.
As far as cheating and getting unfair advantages, yes, we've never seen anything like that before.
Okay,
we've never seen anything close to that. I couldn't even tell you. You know how people say, oh, Brady, and some people say Montana. Like, when you talk about cheating and rigging, there's no fucking GOAT. That's Tom Brady's a cheating GOAT. Who's even second?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Cheating aside, everything that's gone on, how good of a quarterback do you believe he really is?
Dude, he's middle of the road.
Middle of the road. So, name me who's he comparable in your opinion? Who's he comparable to?
Who is he comparable to? I don't know. I can tell you who's better than him, but I don't comparable to him.
Like who is he? Is he Ryan Leaf?
No, let me think. Who is slow? Who is the slowest quarterback I've ever seen? Who likes to take the least amount of contact? Who complains the most to referees whenever he can? Who doesn't really have a strong arm and always has the best offensive line around him? I don't know, dude. There's nobody like him in those regards.
So he has no talent, is what you're saying, right?
The talent is not equivalent to the amount of titles he has. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not a one-man team in football, though.
Exactly. That's the reason he's been able to win these championships, because it's not been because of him. It's been because of the team. Usually because of the defense and offensive line.
But you could almost say that for any team, though. Mahomes won his...
Bro, are you really going to compare Patrick Mahomes to Tom Brady?
Maybe not.
Dude, that's like talking about
between the ears, it counts, and you're totally disregarding that.
But dude, fucking Stephen Hawking probably could have between the ears been a good quarterback, but he couldn't play because he was in a wheelchair. So you can't talk about one thing. It's a whole package. Maybe that's a bad reference. Sorry.
That's not a good reference. That's not a good reference. That's totally out there.
What I'm saying is his skills you can't even compare them to Mahomes, dude. Mahomes is an athlete and Brady's a walking cadaver, dude. I don't know what the fuck he is. He's like Weekend at Bernie's, dude. They just prop him up and
really? Wow.
You're telling me that guy has good physical attributes?
I think he has a ton of freaking talent. He's got incredible touch. Maybe he doesn't throw the deep ball as good as he used to, but he used to throw a very accurate deep ball.
We can agree to disagree. I don't find that the guy has any distinguishable physical attributes. If they were to do skills competitions like they used to do back in the day in the Pro Bowl and stuff, he's probably not in the top 10 of any NFL quarterback. With his arm strength, with his mobility. He's not even mobile. He's not even shifty. Marino was shifty.
Oh, I would say he's shifty and he's got good pocket presence. I would not take that away from him. He knows how to read coverages. He has great touch on the ball. He knows where to go. He knows how to find He
knows when to throw away the ball just before he gets hit. That's for sure.
But you know what? So did Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning never took a hit. He would just freaking roll up into like a little ball, and he never got hit. You're not saying nothing about that.
But he had better.
Peyton Manning was smart, but Brady doesn't take a hit. He's terrible.
He doesn't, like I said, I'll say it again, and we got to move on to baseball. This show's not about Brady. He doesn't have any distinguishable physical attributes in comparison to the rest of the league. He may have a je ne sais quoi that helps him, get there. Some may say that je ne sais quoi is cheating and things like that. But physically, he's not gifted.
So, okay, real quick. I know about the cheating. You think he's cheated every one of those wins?
I think that the whole career is based on, and here we go, Tuck Rule. Tuck Rule started the whole thing. The Super Bowl against the Rams, which was filmed. I'm going to do all this in the football. Why do it now? Let's lead off with baseball.
All right. So, baseball. Dude, there's freaking a million of these things, dude. They got so many freaking scandals and players alone in cheating just with the steroids is crazy. But let me bring up this dude. Dick Higham.
Beg your pardon?
Dick Higham played baseball in the 1870s, then became an umpire for 2 years.
An umpire of what?
Of baseball, fool.
Oh, an umpire.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was an umpire. This guy, the owner, William Thompson, became suspicious of his calls against his team and hired a detective to investigate. Sure enough, Higham was in cahoots with a gambler and fixing games for and against Detroit, which led to a swift ban.
What year are we talking about here?
1870s.
So since the beginning of time,
beginning of freaking baseball, this shit's going on, and all the way until 2 years ago
that we know of.
With oh, dude, it's not gonna stop, man. It's just rampant from steroids to, oh my god, the pitchers with doing things to the balls. There's the spit
Pine tar.
There's pine tar. There's scuffing. There's sandpaper. There's one guy, dude. I believe it. I just read it. He had a tack, and I guess he was doing something to the ball, and they went to investigate, and they found the tack, but then they also found blood coming from his head because he had accidentally fucking stuck the tack to his head. It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
What was that guy's name? I remember that story.
Let me look it up, bro. I got it right here, man. Let me see.
I remember, I think Steve Howe.
Steve Howe, I believe that's who it is.
But I think his was scuffing. He had sandpaper inside his glove.
He had sandpaper. Let me see, dude.
Then, of course, you had the Negro brothers, who I think
the Negro brothers were infamous.
Spitball. They were spitballers, right?
Yeah, spitballers. Oh, I think it was Rick Honeycutt. Yeah,
Rick Honeycutt. He was a Dodger, right? As a Dodger?
Yeah, as a Dodger. Yeah.
Michael Pineda, a couple of years ago for the Yankees, had a blob of pine tar on his neck. It was so obvious. He would go to it, and then, I guess that would give him a better grip on the ball, especially on a cold night when that ball feels kind of slippery. And he got suspended for that. We're gonna do soccer, Berto, later.
Let me go over, dude. Check out this shit. It's the Buzzard family, right? They've been They were groundkeepers for the White Sox and the Indians since 1920. There was cheating occurrences for over 90 years with this freaking family, bro. In the 20s and 30s, Emile Buzzard, he was the groundskeeper for the Indians. They would move the fences. Every time they played the Yankees, they would move the fences back 12 to 15 feet to take away the Yankees' power advantage. It's fucking crazy, dude. And
by the way, this is a picture of Dick Higham.
That's Dick Higham.
Yeah.
Fucking guy. Dude, listen to this. In the 20s, in the 60s, because the White Sox were a pitching first team, he would freeze the balls. I guess they would freeze the balls, and then they would water down the infield for the pitchers to out sinker ball pitchers such as Tommy John. So the mound wasn't as high as it should be. Dude, anything you can think of as far as cheating has happened in baseball. It's freaking crazy. The corks, there's been several instances where the guys are batting and the bat breaks, and lo and behold, they find the cork or they find it hollowed out.
Sammy Sosa famously.
Famous for that, dude. Yep. It's just nuts. Let me look real quick.
Besides his steroids thing, that was one of the things. Remember, and this I don't think was an instance of cheating, but he went crazy on this George Brett and the pine tar home run.
Mm-hmm.
That was another one because a lot of guys would put pine tar on their bat higher than it should be so it can make better contact with the ball. That's another one that they would do.
And the thing with that one is that they actually awarded that game to the Royals, but the Yankees wanted to. Remember, they came back and they played one inning. Another part of that is that the Yankees wanted to charge everybody entrance just for that freaking one inning.
Yeah, I remember. At the end, I think they just didn't. They let the Royals have the win. They said that it wasn't illegal. There's Sammy's corked bat.
Fuck. Dude, it's crazy, dude. The steroid alone can
Well,
save.
yeah, you have the whole Mitchell report that has everybody on it.
And Canseco always also brought everybody out too. He wrote the books and he named names.
The thing
Canseco got
about
knocked out recently, by the way.
yes, dude, in
Did he,
that thing,
fight? Did he fight finally?
yeah,
Yeah.
we were talking about it. Remember the other day?
Yeah, but I didn't know he had finally fought.
Well, they say that might have been fixed. That he might have done the fix. He went down like in 15 seconds.
No, he did the dive.
Phantom punch.
Here's the thing about Canseco and the steroids. Yes, the guy's a scumbag. Yes, he broke some like rules of the locker room. Yes, he's crazy. Was he a liar? No, he was not lying about that. And everybody that he said did steroids with him eventually came out. Even Alex Rodriguez, he was saying it back in the day. And it took like a decade until that came out. Remember, not the Mitchell report, but the other one that they said, we're going to take random tests to see how much of a problem this really is. The results will be confidential.
Yeah,
Nobody will ever find out.
And
And
they all-
finally, it all came out, and A-Rod was there, and David Ortiz was there, who he still swears that he didn't, and that might prevent him from getting to the Hall of Fame or not. I don't know. Some people, I think some people are in, dude, with the system, and they kind of like if you're in or out. Do you notice that some guys seem to get in much easier? We're going to talk about this on the Johnson show soon, but isn't that a fact? Yes or no? That some dudes seem to have an easier time getting in, getting sports jobs, getting into the Hall of Fame. And then some guys who are good, who are not maybe part of the system, not like company men, so to speak, maybe they were quiet or maybe they were kind of rebellious, that those guys, even though they have the talent, sometimes have a harder time.
Of course, but that's
Life, right?
That's life. That's in the real world too. The good old boys. If you're not in, you go. I heard this. Somebody said it. It's like, why didn't you make it to this? And he goes, I guess I went to the wrong church.
Jonas, what does that mean? Translate for us.
Tell them about your cigar.
Le pega como padrastro borracho. And what were you saying, Hialeah? About what?
That I heard something like that. I was actually watching a movie, and the guy asked him, "Hey, why didn't you become this?" And he goes, "I guess I didn't go to the right church." And he's basically saying he didn't, he wasn't in with the group. He wasn't part of the good old boys club.
And some of the guys that do get in, we're getting off track here. We're talking about baseball, but just to wrap it up, some of the guys who do seem to get into that club are guys that if you look at, you're like, how the fuck is that guy in the club? Like Ray Lewis. We're pretty sure he fucking killed somebody. Mm-hmm. He was in the club for a while on ESPN. He's in the Hall, right?
But that's pretty much been very brushed aside, no?
Well, all these things that we're going to talk about, they want us to forget about them. They're never going to talk about them on broadcast. They're never going to, maybe you'll get like a investigative outside the lines or something like that, but you're not going to hear about it too much on day to day. And Michael Irvin and all his trials and the coke and all, he's in the club, dude. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's on NFL Network. He's one of the boys now. Chris Carter had a lot of issues. So certain guys can do those things and get back in the club. Certain guys do one thing and they can't get in the club at all.
No, but that's life, dude. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Talking about guys in the club and bringing them on. This guy's not straight out of Compton, straight out the closet. Crazy motherfucker named Chad. What's up, bro?
What's going on, guys? Sorry I'm a little late. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Cheers to all
Cheers, bro.
the fellas out there.
The closet
And,
is 90.
90. As you guys know, this is the new spot. I feel like I'm in my own world in here. I like it.
Yeah, it's awesome, bro.
It's where you belong.
Oh yeah. All right. That's you're just saying that because
No,
you
I
don't want
mean-
me.
In the closet. That's where you belong.
You don't want me taking over YouTube again, Mr. Hialeah. I feel you. I feel you.
YouTube will always be 90.
One day
So-
it will be.
Hialeah's doing a little baseball. What else you got, Leo? There's a lot, dude.
There is, dude. Let me just talk. Whitey Ford, right? Cheated in numerous ways during his career. He will cut the ball with his wedding ring or have his catcher cut the ball on the buckle of his chin guards. In addition, he would load the ball with mud. He admitted doing this during the 63 World Series. He also threw a gunk ball, whatever that is. It's a mixture of baby oil, turpentine, and rosin on the ball.
Rosin.
Rosin.
You remember Major League? The guy who had like crap. It's like he would use one of those things that you mentioned. It's like Vaseline, something that makes the ball slippery, basically.
Yeah. The most famous one, of course, is the Black Sox in 1917, I believe.
Yep.
1919, I think is
1919.
Yeah.
And then with the betting on the World Series and everything, but what is it? Oh my God, what's his name? What was the main guy? I forget. What is it?
Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Shoeless Joe Jackson. You know, and he had an amazing series, and he kind of went down, and it tarnished the rest of his career. But there was no proof ever against him doing it, man. But that's probably the most famous. The one with Tampa, just the 2 years ago with the drums. Classic.
No, that was Houston.
Astros.
I'm sorry, I said Tampa. You're right, Houston.
Yeah.
That one was.
Bro, who gave this guy baseball?
I took baseball because I didn't want you to have it.
I mean, we're not even drunk yet, bro. Come on, dude.
And you're already messing up theories and forgotten names.
You're thinking of
swapping teams.
You're thinking of the cheater that plays in the other sport in
I'm
Tampa.
thinking.
I'll forgive you. You're thinking Tom Brady. You're thinking Tom Brady. I got you. I'll forgive you.
But dude,
okay.
That scandal took down freaking managers, bringing the guy from Boston that was there, and then it tainted Boston for a while, which they were already tainted for the steroids with Manny Ramirez and with Big Papi. So
how convenient, right? A Boston team cheating.
They had the Apple Watch incident.
How convenient.
Yes. How convenient.
I mean,
you got to drink, Chad. How convenient. It's one of the catchphrases to drink.
Okay, I guess so. I mean,
talk rule. How convenient. Motorcycle guy. Whenever you say Brady's the GOAT, and whenever Jonas yawns.
But let me ask you this, though. Like, bringing up baseball, all these scandals and stuff like that. But aren't these like the people and the characters that we were all into and interested in baseball? So if they weren't doing that, baseball would not even be interesting during those times, like with those guys. And with the Manny Ramirez thing, I mean, yeah, he was doing PEDs, but he was also doing PEDs that were legal until the league made them illegal, and then he, switched things up. I don't know. You guys should go watch Screwball.
That happens a lot. I agree with that.
Yeah, with a lot, it happens with, and it happened with Mark McGwire. Like, even though Mark McGwire was hit with, the steroids thing, but he even said, he was taking legally over-the-counter drugs that were legal, and then the league came in and then banned, those things. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's like. For me, like, I don't care. Like, we want to see home runs, right? If that's what the guys are going to do, let them do that, right? The baseball was its best for us during those times, right? With all those guys doing that. So,
dude,
I don't know.
But the thing that's crazy now is, didn't they hit the most baseballs ever in the last full season? And last year they were like ahead of most home runs. Most home runs in a season.
Well, that's part of. I think there's been like a lot of home runs lately. Maybe not a record, but like a lot.
There's more. I mean, more guys are hitting home runs, but you don't have guys hitting for 60.
No.
Like you, if a guy hits 50 home runs in a season, like now that's like huge. You know what I'm saying?
The
like,
most home runs ever hit in a season was just 2 years ago. And what I heard now is that they're going to do something to the ball to deaden the ball even, so there is less home runs. That's what they're doing now.
All right,
that's part of kind of rigging the sport or changing the game.
Exactly. Why are you going to alter the ball to make it less home runs?
But dude, they do. If the players are not taking steroids, they're moving fences in. Like you talked about that, those guys used to do it. They're legitimately doing it now. They move fences in. Yep. They move fences out. there's liver balls. There's a dead ball era. Some of the balls are live. And I'm gonna look, but I think a couple years ago there was a shitload of fucking home runs, dude. But I think it has to do more with the ball.
But also the last full season was the most home runs ever hit in a season.
Yeah, but like I said, though, there wasn't, I guess, someone that was like clearly like, okay, there was probably like an average, like, 25 to 30 home runs. Like,
nobody hitting 73 in a season.
Maybe someone had the high 38s. Like, I don't think anyone had 40 home runs that year.
Well, dude, a rookie had 53 home runs.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso, which was a record for rookies.
Yeah, he beat McGuire's.
Yeah. And George Soler, who's Cuban, he had 48 home runs. There definitely wasn't those like record-breaking home run totals, but there was a lot of fucking home runs, dude.
But also too, like, I guess you could also say that like those aren't guys that are gonna put fans in the seats as of right now. You know what I'm saying? Or people aren't watching those.
There was
like
10 guys who had over 40 home runs.
Okay.
Bellinger, Trout, Yelich, Bregman from Houston. So I don't know if they were still cheating at that point. Cruz from Minnesota, Acuna, Renato, the aforementioned Alonso, Suarez from Cincinnati. So all those dudes had more than 41.
Bringing up Houston and the cheating. Now, someone that used to play baseball, like stealing signs is like part of the game. Like, to me, there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess when they were beating on the trash can, once again, I don't have a problem with that either. If that's how you stole the signs and that's how you're getting it to relay to your guys out on the field, for sure. I guess with the problem that I had is when they, had the shock or the vibrating things hooked up on the inside, and they were getting Morse code on the inside of their jerseys, and I think that's where the big cheating thing was. But as far as a team not changing up their signs and them stealing your signs like that,
you don't have a problem with that drum?
No. I mean, that's part of the game, bro. I can't tell you go to a high school baseball game and you're going to hear the entire dugout banging and drumming and doing stuff like that. And then if we find out their signs, we have a way to communicate that to, our guys out there. So to me, there's no cheating in that. To me, that's on the team that's not changing up their signs after they clearly have your signs. Where I felt like
the problem with the drum for me is that I'm cool with stealing signs, but when you start getting electronics involved, I'm not cool with it. And the drum was like the last step in already an electronic recording or spying to get the sign back to the player. It's not like I'm in the dugout and a guy on second base relayed the sign to me and then I hit the drum. It was some dude in the video room looking, getting the sign, relaying, "Hey, curveball." Okay, you know what I mean? That was the problem for me.
But once again, though,
it's the technology part. It's the technological part of it.
That's my problem. The technology. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different level. That's what it is.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, to me, the technology part of it is where I have the problem. But if they have a guy watching, like if they have someone up in the booth, one of their coaches up watching from a spot where they can see all their signs and he's able to pick out their signs, there's, to me, nothing wrong with that. What's the difference between an offense or defensive coordinator sitting up in the booth, watching the game from up there and trying to figure out and pick things out, that way? I agree.
He's not using a camera, though. That's the I guess the
no,
main...
they have the pads, they have the camera screens right there all in front of them. That's why they probably go up there, because they have more access to those things in the booth than on the sideline. I guarantee you.
We're talking about Spygate almost, which is what you're almost talking about. They can look at the field, but looking at the coaches and recording them, that's like a whole nother fucking thing. That's like, to me, that's not cool,
Okay. Pre-game, I hear you, but for instance, like now, let's say Randy and I, to play devil's advocate, we go back and rewatch a game, and we're watching the coaches and watching their mannerisms and figuring out those things. Like, what's wrong with that?
To me, the video recording and the use of electronics is the problem I have with it. Yep. If you're standing there and you're looking at it and you're like, "Hey, man, I think they're doing this," that's whatever. That's part of it.
The video recording, I get what you're saying as far as like, pre-game, like they had their cameras in there, they were, recording all that. But I'm just talking about, let's just say after the game, we lose, we win, or we're just prepping for this team. We're watching footage of them. Hey, can I get footage of just what the coaches are and what they're doing? Like, why wouldn't, like, what's wrong with studying that and trying to get that upper hand on your opponent?
I
Even
guess nothing if you're a Patriots fan.
I mean, I hear. Are
you sure you're not a Patriots fan?
I'm not a Patriots fan, but I'm someone that like. Look, to me, knowledge is power, right? The more knowledge you have in anything, you have more power. So, as a competitor, if I can gain as much knowledge on my opponent as possible, and that means study, and these guys study. Now, I'm just talking about studying film. I know what you're saying with the recording and all that type of stuff, but let's just say we're just studying game film of the other team and their coaches, and we're just studying their mannerisms. To me, I have no problems with that. Now, implementing, getting your camera crews in there before the teams are all, set up and stuff like that, and recording practices and all that type of stuff is a whole nother thing. But if you're just studying film and you're studying those mannerisms, I don't think there's an issue with that. If you're just studying like pre-existing game film.
Yeah, but you're talking about two different things. You're looking at game film of the actual game, or you're looking at the freaking sidelines.
Right.
Oh, okay. I mean, if it's my stadium, hey, I want one camera. If you have guys that are just on the sidelines, like if you can record, everything's recorded day and age, right? So they can ask for just the stuff on the sidelines if they want, but it's what they're doing on the sidelines.
That is against the rules.
That's against the rules. Doing the sidelines, you could videotape the game, and you could look at tendencies, and hey, they're doing this when they're in the 3-4, they're in the 4-3, they're doing this, they're moving their safeties. When they get this formation, this is the defense. They tend to. It's all averages. They tend to do this when this happens.
Yes, I understand.
When you're looking directly at the coaching and you're looking for signs and you're doing it, that's fishy as shit to me.
But then once again, to me, if in the middle of game, if your signs are being caught, it is up to you to change and adjust that.
That's not recording, seeing the game, and hey, we're going to play them in 3 weeks again. We got a 3-game series. Let's look and see what their coaches were doing.
Yeah, but what can you really see the coaches doing on the sideline? And I'm not saying, you can't get an upper hand, but I mean, someone that wants to study the game that much to see, okay, what are the coaches doing to figure out, maybe what plays they're calling. But what are coaches doing on the sideline now? They always have their face covered, telling stuff. Like, they might just be yelling and screaming, but they don't really, show too much on the sidelines. So as far as like what they're revealing, to your point, yeah, you have to study more of the game to get those things. But as like I said, if I'm trying to study my opponent, even during those times, I'm going to look on the sidelines. Okay, what are the coaches doing? What are their men? You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't you look for anything to give yourself an upper hand in the middle of the game? Or
but
as long as you're not recording it.
That's the difference, though. Mid-game is completely different.
Okay, but for instance, take after the game. Let's say the Raiders played the Dolphins this past week, right? And then not the Patriots, but let's say the Jets are getting ready to play the Raiders the following week. Why wouldn't the Jets watch that game and watch the mannerism of everything that the Dolphins did on the sideline? Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Like, it's against the rules, dude.
The rules. That part's against the rules.
It's against the rules.
So then why do they have game
sidelines?
You cannot record the signals from the sideline. You can record the field. You can record the plays. You can record the audibles.
Look. I'm talking about in game, right? The whole, like, you rewatch the game. I'm not saying like there's obviously they can't have one person on them the whole time on the sideline, but if you can pick something up while something is happening, like, what is against the rules?
That thing you're talking about? You're talking about hand signals?
No, I'm just mannerisms. Anything like?
What do you mean mannerisms?
Anything.
What do you mean mannerisms?
Like,
what do you mean?
If they figure out, like, a coach's mannerisms as far as like before they call a certain type of play, the coach's pacing or going back and forth or something like. I'm just saying, like, any type of thing like that.
But you can't record the sideline.
Yeah, that would be part of not allowed.
That's not allowed.
Because if you're studying his mannerisms, you're one step away from studying his signs.
Yeah, but what signs are they giving? Because they're calling everything into the quarterbacks and into their. So what signs are they giving on the sideline? That's what I want to know. This isn't college
I don't
football.
know. Different teams have different ways of doing it. I haven't studied them.
This isn't college football. We all know
There's definitely more signs in college. Yeah,
college football would be the one to have signs. Like, to me, I don't ever see watching the game. How often do you see an NFL team throw up signs?
They probably do an effort to not show them because they know teams are going to go back and look at them, right?
But how come we've never seen them then?
Because they don't want to have it on film.
It never slipped up. You're telling me it's never even like in one section. Like it's I don't know.
I'm sure you've gotten some. I would imagine since it's against the rules, they also don't want to put it on game tape.
They're trying to refrain from filming that.
Yes, because me, you, and then obviously Bill Belichick is going to go back and watch that. I'm assuming. But we're going to get into football. I'm doing football, and there's a lot of that. I'm not. They've said it's against the rules. I'm not into it. I'm like, all right, fuck it. It's against the rules. Can't do it.
Hey, we can't talk baseball without Pete Rose, bro.
You got to mention Pete Rose, which, by the way, I still think he should be in the Hall of Fame. But tell us, for the uninitiated, tell us Pete Rose's story.
In 1989, rumors were that Rose had been betting on baseball.
But go back a little bit, though. Who was Pete Rose? Because he's just not fucking a guy.
Charlie Hustle. He was Cincinnati, Mr. Baseball, all-time hits leader. The guy wouldn't stop. He was just go, run out every freaking hit. He, in an all-star game, he took out the catcher. The guy, I forget, the guy was never the same. An all-star catcher took him out.
Ray Fosse, I think.
I believe you're right. And took that guy out, and it was a freaking all-star game, dude. And he chucked him. I mean, he trucked him. Just destroyed him. I think he broke some ribs. And the guy's a legend. The guy was a legend. And then he was a player coach, player manager.
The last player manager, dude. Did you realize that?
Yeah. For the Reds.
Yeah.
And in 89, there was rumors that, he was betting on baseball. The commissioner, Bart Giamatti, who's his son is an amazing actor, had lawyer John.
Is he really his son?
Yeah, dude.
Paul Giamatti?
Yeah, that's Bart Giamatti's son.
I didn't even know that. And he came up on the show the other week when we were doing the tasting.
Yes, for Sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Giamatti's son. And Bart Giamatti, I believe he died not fairly young, about sudden heart attack.
I think in 91, a few years after this whole thing.
He died pretty fast.
How convenient.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. I haven't even poured.
And it was...
So one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Of all time, dude. All time.
Surefire Hall of Famer, if not for this.
He was compared to Ty Cobb pretty much his whole freaking career.
But he broke the rules.
And when he was going to freaking break the record, it was on, it was like hey, is this the game? Is this the game? Is this the game? And they would cut in to all the Reds games to see if he was going to break the hits record.
Look at this guy, midair.
Charlie Hustle.
What a beast.
The guy played the game the way it should be played. You want everybody to play because just like what you're saying about Brady, he had no freaking talent. He had none. It was all freaking hustle, dude.
Bro, first of all, you don't have that many hits without a talent being able to hit a baseball. Bro, get it out of here.
But he made the most out of his talent.
This guy had fucking balls of steel.
He had balls of steel. He was gutsy. He made the most of what little talent. But he was by far he was not the most talented.
Hey, isn't this crazy? Look at this picture, right? Sliding in, and then not too long later, you end up looking like an old woman. Isn't that crazy what happens to you?
You think that's going to happen to Brady?
I mean, I think he already looks like a woman. He just needs to get a little bit older, and then he'll be an old woman.
Okay, so let's go back to Pete Rose.
Yes, much better subject here.
So they did the Dowd report, and it came out showing detailed reports of Rose betting on games. As a result, Rose was given a lifetime ban, and talk about him in the Hall of Fame has pretty much been a touchy subject, although they never saw that he bet on his own team.
Against his team, you mean?
Right.
He bet on his team.
Right.
Yeah, he bet on his team.
But not to lose.
To win.
Yeah.
To win.
Yes, that's what he says. But here's the problem, dude, with that, because I talked to my dad about this. He was a big Pete Rose fan. He's like one of the best baseball players ever to him. He's like, I don't see anything wrong with that. You're betting on yourself to win. If anything, you're trying harder. That's better. I think a boxer one time bet his purse, the executioner. What's his name? The executioner. He used to come in with the mask. One of the best boxers of all time. One of the best old boxers of all time.
The executioner.
That was his nickname. Somebody help me out.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
Bernard
Anyways,
Hopkins.
Bernard Hopkins. I think he bet like his purse on himself one time. But here's the problem with a baseball manager betting on himself. You're just one step away from betting against yourself. You maybe lose a few in a row, and then you say, I could catch up real fast if I bet against my team. We're out of the playoffs already. Maybe I just don't. I sit my starter. I pull him early. I don't put my best lineup in. I go and play myself. I play myself. I'll go in there and I'll strike out 4 times. I'm a player manager. Look how much power. He even had power to influence the game in the field as well as off. So like a double fucking. He had 2. He was playing 2 hands with one card. Or I don't know if I'm saying that right, but you know what I mean. Like he had 2 different angles how to attack that. So that's the problem with betting on baseball as a manager and as a player. You're one step away from betting against yourself, which is cardinal sin, right? That's why he is.
Yeah. Gave the game a black eye that day.
And he lied about it for so long. He lied about it. And then I don't know if he ever admitted. And then like he just kept doing stupid shit to make it worse. What he should have done is just said, you know what? I fucked up right from the beginning. I fucked up. I'm so sorry. And then just shut the fuck up. And then maybe they would have let him in 20 years later. Maybe he would have been enough. But he kept fucking with it and saying no and all this bullshit. And that never works. Just like with the steroids, the dudes who came out right away and said, like Jason Giambi was one, hey, I'm sorry. I fucked up. I apologize. And then that's it. People forgave him automatically and they forgot about it. A-Rod, he kept saying no. Bro, they wouldn't fucking. They kept until they fucking busted his ass.
Dude, you know who was the worst one that it probably hurt the most is Palmeiro.
I did not take steroids. Remember, he pointed to the judge.
Yeah.
Dude, and he got busted. Dude, that one was like, oh, bro, he's never coming back, dude.
And you never heard from him again.
And it hurts, man. 'Cause was he Cuban?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he was Cuban. That one.
The other big one as well was Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
That was the one I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, Roger Clemens was the other big one.
Dude,
we're still talking on baseball.
Dude, and honestly, during that time, dude, those were the guys, right?
That was the point I was making earlier. Like during that time when the steroids was it, like, I mean, not to say anything. I was at Mark McGwire's. I want to say he hit his 69th and his 70th home run down here in Miami. I was at that.
I think I was there too. I was there.
Mom and Dad bought tickets, nosebleeds, and because of we were Marlins fans, of course, but because of the hype of what was going on, the place was sold out. You know what I'm saying?
I was there with my kids and my dad, dude. That was so awesome.
That was something I'll never forget.
I was there too. I was there.
Yeah. So I mean,
that was an event, bro. That game,
bro. I mean, but those guys, they did steroids,
but think about it.
Should they be punished for it?
That whole chunk of players, a whole era, and none of those guys are going to be in the World Series. I mean, not in the World Series, in the Hall of Fame. It's like nobody got inducted this year, correct?
Maybe not anytime soon. Maybe down the line when some of these older purists, because you have to remember, there's still a lot of baseball purists that have the votes right now.
Right.
And maybe not until they start to get weeded out, so to speak, and the votes start to go to some younger generations that because I think the younger generation is going to put bro, Barry Bonds, are you kidding me? Yeah, he needs to go in. Yeah. He needs to go in. I mean, but look at Bonds' career before steroids. Incredible. I mean, okay, yeah, he took some steroids, but everyone else was doing it. And to me, I'll say this, and you might take this the wrong way. I have a bigger problem with Pete Rose gambling than these guys trying to get the upper hand, or trying to, better themselves. And then also too, like if everyone else is doing it and no one's getting, at the time, no one was getting caught or repercussions, and they're getting these big contracts. Why wouldn't you do it?
Pete Rose was worse to me, but I still think he should get on just on the merit of when he was playing. And nobody got inducted into the World Series, I believe, this last year.
Hall of Fame. You have to make it to the World Series.
Yeah.
Bro. You can't get inducted to it.
None of them got into the Hall of Fame, and but you know what? At the end of the day, I kind of like the way it's harder to get into the Hall of Fame, the baseball Hall of Fame, to the football one. I feel like they're just freaking letting everybody starting to go in.
Let me tell you something, dude. Tank, can you look this up real quick? When did steroids become illegal in baseball? Because there was a time when there wasn't an official rule about it.
I think it was 99.
That late into the whole fucking scheme of things?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was frowned upon.
91.
It was 91?
91 is when it legit became illegal that you cannot do them.
Yeah, but you have to remember, though, there were certain ones. But I think in 99, they had like a big lockdown, and they took a whole bunch of stuff off.
The shit went down in 99.
Well,
they
always evolve because we can't do this one anymore. Let's do this one. They don't test for that.
Yeah,
it's just like real life, regular drugs. They're always one step ahead of everybody with the steroids and with everything else. So they kept changing and find masking agents for the shit that we're taking. Dude, I just have a real problem with breaking of the rules. If there's a rule and you broke it, then what about that guy that's not breaking it, dude? What about him? He all of a sudden looks diminished, which is what happened to Barry Bonds. He was seeing McGwire and Sosa and all that, and he wasn't doing it, but he was a Hall of Fame player anyways.
But Sosa,
he went to do it.
But Sosa with the double, with the roids and the cork bat.
No, we talked about it earlier. That guy's ridiculous, and now he's white too.
Oh,
he has white privilege too. Have you seen him lately?
I saw the ESPN 30 for 30 that they had.
You know what's the sad thing about Sosa? He was so likable.
Oh yeah,
dude. He had the personality, he had the charisma, and he just destroyed all that. He was loved, dude. He just brought joy and
a great sport too, right?
Yeah.
Tom Brady could learn something from this guy. I mean, Tom Brady loses a Super Bowl or a game, he runs. The only time he shakes hands is when he wins. Oh, thanks, buddy. This guy, he lost the home run chase. He always congratulated McGwire. They had that year at least, it seemed like they really liked each other, and they were, everybody was happy. He would run out to his position in Wrigley Field. They loved him. So yeah, like a charismatic,
that's scary.
Likable guy.
Super likable.
Except when he went to the trial, he was like, no speak English. Oh. Remember that? He was.
That's a good card to pull there at that time, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to pull out all the stops.
No speak English.
Yeah.
Okay. No habla inglés.
Out of all those guys, who was the one that you were like, fuck, dude? I felt cheated it's kind of like Santa Claus, right? Like it was like a Santa Claus moment for me, like when they tell you or you find out that shit ain't real. Mm-hmm. When that steroid shit came down, I was like, fuck, all my Santa Clauses are fucking fake, dude.
I guess during that time when it happened, and I was a kid or a teenager, 12, 13 years old. I don't think I was surprised at that time because it just felt like, because they started popping and going off. I felt more hurt or more shocked by when Ryan Braun got caught and when he was on that tear a few years ago, and then he got busted with the steroids because he didn't look it. You know what I'm saying?
That was the whole biogenesis.
Yeah, the
Braun
guy from
and A-Rod got caught up in that one.
And I think that's what Screwball. That's you should watch that documentary by Billy Corben. It's incredible.
Is that the one where they use little kids?
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. But I think I was more like shocked or like disappointed about the Ryan Braun thing when that came out. I was like, damn,
they were probably more your era kind of guys. That's probably why, right?
Who?
Those guys. They were probably more in your era of guys you watched more.
I know. I mean, I know. I see. I didn't even watch. I mean, when Braun got hit or got caught, I wasn't really watching baseball as much as I did back in the day. Like McGuire, Sosa, Bonds. Like I have 2 World Series 1997 baseball signed by the Marlins World Series. I can name you
I
that
thought you were gonna
entire
say 2 rings. I was like, holy shit.
No, I wish I had 2 rings, but I got 2 baseballs signed by the entire team. Like I can name you the entire starting lineup from, Charles Johnson, Bobby Bonilla, Edgar Renteria, Craig Counsell, Devon White played in the outfield, Gary Sheffield. Like the team was stacked. So that was my
Who
era.
was the 5th left-handed reliever out of the bullpen? No, just kidding.
No, but Al Leiter, he came off in the bullpen.
Yeah, he had a couple spot starts.
Yeah.
The whole steroid thing to me was super disappointing, dude.
Yeah.
And one guy who kind of came unscathed from there was Griffey Jr.
Yeah, but I don't think he did him.
But you never know, dude. He could
I don't
have.
think he did him. No, I don't think he did him.
We'll never know.
And the reason why I don't think he did him,
Even Sheffield got caught up in that.
yeah,
Yeah.
Sheffield got busted. But no, I don't think Griffey ever did it because if you look at his size, he never really got. I mean, there was a couple years where he looked like he put on a little weight, but it wasn't like nothing crazy. But honestly,
Brian Braun didn't look like anything crazy.
Rafael
either.
Palmeiro didn't look like it, dude.
Yeah,
E.
but-
Gordon didn't look like it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So you
No,
can't
true.
go, that's not a tell-all. That's
No,
not, you can't go by that.
Canseco was just crazy. He was like, yes, make me look like a cartoon character,
Yeah.
and I'll fucking go hit home runs.
Dude, I saw Canseco once at Busch Gardens, and he had like a little. I guess the people guarding him from from Busch Gardens, and he was with his family. Dude, he was massive.
He looked like a bodybuilder.
Bro, he was massive. I stood maybe 10 feet away from him, and it was like, dude, he's a mountain of a man. I was like, what the fuck?
I don't
Massive,
know.
dude. Massive guy.
The last thing I want to say about Ken Griffey Jr.
Like Lou Ferrigno?
The perfect swing ever, and
Big.
to me, he has the perfect swing, and I
Yeah,
think that's why he
sweetest-
never.
Sweetest swing. The lefties always have a sweet swing.
And then they put it on a shoe. That's how awesome, like perfect his swing was. Like they were
Why
able
do,
to put it
why
on a
do
shoe.
lefties have such a sweet swing in general?
It looks
I don't
different.
know.
I think it has to do with when they hit it, they're closer to first base, so they like automatically like start running, and like the swing just ends up looking sweeter, the follow through, than the righty who does it and then automatically has to start running. So like the lefties always have like a sweet follow through, and I think it has to do with the side of the base. Like Will Clark, anybody remember Will Clark from the Giants?
Yeah.
For the 49ers?
He didn't play football; he played baseball.
Yeah, he was the first baseman, wasn't he?
Yes, Will the
He had
Thrill.
a beautiful swing. He had a
Beautiful swing, a lefty also.
Yeah.
Dude, I got one that I did a show on. This guy played in Cuba and he played in the major leagues. His name was Barbaro Garbey, and he was legitimately banned from playing baseball in Cuba for fixing games while he played with the national team. He claimed that he needed money for the family, and him and some other guys did it, and he got banned, and that's part of the reason why he came over in the Mario boat lift, and then ended up winning a championship with the Tigers and had a shitload of other problems in his career. But that was one confirmed case of kind of run shaving, if you will. They were trying to keep the games close to win the bets.
Well, I guess I got to go fill this up because I was going to say how convenient he came over here and won a World Series. Cheers, fellas.
How convenient. Now, do you think the league is involved in influencing or fixing games?
I don't want to think that, dude, because that's total. My God, can you imagine a league being involved in that? It's total credibility, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Total credibility, man.
Yeah. I mean, I always look to the past to see the future. If these things happen in any other company or any other corporation countless of times, why not in one where there's thousands, fucking millions and billions of dollars at stake? I think there's countless examples of umpires having a liberal strike zone or a tight strike zone, or maybe they want a seventh game and they're just going to call the game differently here and there. Why don't we have a fucking robo umpire by this point?
Yeah, if anything, umpires, refs, they have the most influence on the outcome, definitely.
And they are league employees.
Yeah.
So you could easily be like, hey, it'd be great to get 7 games out of this series instead of 6.
Definitely.
Don't do anything crazy, but if there's anything close, you know which way to call it. I don't know. Well, I think not having a robo ump will give you a little bit of a leeway, right? To call some strikes and some balls. You see it all the time. You watch any baseball game, there's number of calls that you're like, damn, that could have been a strike. Oh, that was a ball.
And they got the machine that actually calls it pretty freaking easy and pretty good.
They put up the strike zone box, which shows you where the ball like comes in. I'm not. I guess I wouldn't be a fan of having it straight robo umpired. I guess I can understand what you're saying. Like yes, they have the biggest influence, within the game. I can't speak on as far as the league is telling them like, hey, call them this way. But as someone being a former, blue or umpire myself in Little League, there's sometimes or certain parts in the games like, yeah, it was close. Sometimes you make a decision, and it was the wrong one, but you got to stick by it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that what happens a lot with some of these guys, because that's happened to me. Like I've gotten into, shouting matches with coaches and, coach pitch about a call I made, but, I'm like, yo, I made the call. Like I'm not, backing down. I made the call. And then there might be some times just like in basketball, you might try to make up for it somehow later. But I don't know. I think the robo thing would just take out that I guess human error from it, and that's part of the game. I think
Yes, they are trying it in some minor league parks. I think they were trying it last time they played minor league ball, which I think they didn't even play minor league ball last year, if I'm not mistaken. But dude, I'm all like for fair play, and like if that's a way to make it fair, because when I watch the games, that I usually don't have a problem with what that box on the replay shows. It usually looks pretty fucking accurate, dude. It's like I would be a fan of maybe a challenge system where you could do a certain amount per game, or maybe.
But Randy, dude, the baseball is already slow as it is. Can you imagine?
That is a misconception, Hialeah. I swear to God, it's a misconception.
I understand. I know what you're going to say.
Perception is reality, but if NFL football game has, I think, like 12 minutes, maybe 10 can look it up. I think an NFL football game has about 12 minutes of action or some shit like that. And a baseball game has more minutes of action, and the length of the games is almost the same.
I know, dude, but baseball is just so much boring. I would hate for them to start. Oh, challenge this card. No.
Well, they already have challenges.
Let me ask you: Are you watching baseball games anyways?
No.
Then who cares what you care? Who the fuck cares what you care?
Bro, I want to know who gave Hialeah baseball. I want to know who gave him baseball. I told you, Randy.
I don't watch regular season games too often. No,
I cannot.
It's boring. It's boring.
So you don't matter in this discussion then, because
it's boring.
It's not going to affect you. I think it's better if it's fair, and maybe like a combination, like a hybrid of the robo umpire and the real umpire. And if there's a disagreement, like, hey, maybe you got to look at that one real quick. It has to be fast, though. I agree. We don't need it to be longer.
Or to your point, maybe like how they have in the NFL, they kind of already have, they have a ref watching from up top, right? So to your point, Blues calling, strikes or balls, and, he calls something close, I guess, but they have someone up top telling them, hey, that was a strike. You know what I'm saying? So I see what you're saying there. That could work.
Do you think all the umps are like the Secret Service tied into somebody talking in their ear? Every
No.
single ump in every sport.
Yeah, I believe
No.
it. I believe it's.
I
True.
don't think they. I think baseball umps are like as old school as it gets. I don't think all those guys like that's why they huddle up together to talk all the time. Like even like in between innings, they're all just hanging out, shooting the shit with each other. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if all those guys have a fucking little headpiece on and they're at least, hey, look at this. Hey, that happened.
I
Hey,
think the main
especially in
guy
football.
maybe.
Hey,
Football,
throw that
yeah.
flag. Throw that flag.
Well, football, you see the earpieces with them in football. You know they have in football. I don't think I've ever seen it in baseball though.
I guess you would be able to see it. They get pretty fucking close
And
up on some of those guys.
basketball too. I think some of those guys.
They got the little Secret Service ones. Maybe they get them implanted into their ears.
I wouldn't be surprised. Tank, you ready, bro? Take us. It's fight time, dude. We're gonna switch sports. Any more in baseball before we go on to boxing, Hialeah?
No, dude, I could go on and on just with players cheating, and there was also a Pittsburgh cocaine thing in the late '80s.
Who wasn't doing cocaine in the 80s, though, right?
Yeah, but they got busted selling, dealing, taking, and a lot of them got suspended for years.
Here's another one. Remember I told you about the club and, certain guys get in the club. Tim Raines admitted to having a little vial of cocaine, and he would always slide head first because he had it in his back pocket and he didn't want it to break. And he's in the Hall of Fame now. So
Remember, Oil Can Boyd, I think, was famous for being a coke.
Why would you have that while you were playing though? Why don't you just leave that in the locker room?
maybe you need a pick me up. I don't know, dude.
Take some in the dugout?
Oh yeah, leave it in the dugout, then your glove or something. That don't make no sense.
You don't want nobody finding that shit, right?
Yeah.
No, but back then they were all. That's like it's like a brotherhood. Back then, that wasn't. That would have been something they.
The 86 Mets with Gooden and Strawberry and Keith Hernandez, they were all over that fucking coke train too, bro.
Darryl Strawberry.
And the sad part is Strawberry and Gooden, Hall of Famers if they don't fucking.
They never got in?
No.
Dude, they deserve it. Dude. Gooden, oof, when he came out, bro.
Gooden is borderline, but they'll never let him in. He's fucked up so many times.
Dude, I remember that first season when he broke out, dude. What a phenom, dude.
Beast.
Randy, great
Nasty
job on
trip.
baseball, bro. Great job on baseball, dude.
All right. Now for Hialeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that was his
No,
section.
Hialeah's going to be inducted into the World Series, though.
Hialeah, I'm stealing your signs, and you did a fuck you, and you did a bafangul. You did both. I stole those signs, and I have
That's
them on
illegal, but Chad says it's okay.
Hey, it's okay in my book.
camera. You did record them.
He did it in fair. He stole them in game real time. So
Yeah. I think they were for you though, just so you know.
Oh, I don't care.
All right,
So
yeah. Tank, give us some boxing, dude. Boxing is a real easy sport to fix. You just need one guy, or maybe a referee, or if you want to really make it good, you get two of those guys. Dirty
Alright,
sport.
So I'm gonna start off with the Ali versus Liston. You guys know about that one?
No.
Never heard of those guys.
I thought Raul was there.
It was in Miami.
it was before he got inducted.
Yeah,
to the
you
World
weren't at
Series.
the Miami one?
Yeah, it was at the Miami Convention Center, wasn't it?
Where was that fight actually?
I know. I think the first one was in Miami.
Miami Beach, yeah, where
Miami
the Heat
Beach.
play.
Miami Beach Convention Center.
All right, so the first one is it's not as crazy as the second one because it at least lasted 6 rounds.
Mhm.
But there was the whole deal where Liston was dominating pretty much the 5th round. It looked like he was beating up Ali, and then it comes the 6th round, and then they threw in the towel, and the fight was over. Ali won the championship. And then where it gets crazy is that second fight. The second fight is a first round knockout, and then that was the crazy thing about it, that it was a first round, and then they were going back and forth in that first fight. I got a lot of the reasons that it was fixed from this guy. His name was Paul Gallagher. He wrote a book about Sonny Liston. and the one of the reasons or the main nothing is proven. Everything is speculations and allegedlys and all that stuff. But it was that Liston's wife and his son were kidnapped by the black Muslims. During that era was the whole thing where Malcolm X was murdered, and then Elijah Muhammad separated or um, went a little bit to the other, went off of what Malcolm X was saying, and Ali was very close to Elijah Muhammad. So then they thought that the black Muslims had kidnapped Liston's wife and son, and then they made him throw that fight. I don't know if you guys have seen the video, but dude, the dive is it's a hit, I think in my opinion, it was a hit. It connected. They call it the Phantom Punch.
Dude, it looked like he grazes him. And then the way Liston plays it, he got knocked out like if somebody hit him with a bat. And
it was like a stupid dive. Yeah, it looks stupid.
And he's out like a log. He's done.
The thing about Liston too is he was heavily involved with the mob as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's also one of the things that he mentions is that most of his early career, when he came in, the mob pretty much ran boxing.
Yeah, there was a dude named Frankie Corbel who was a former confirmed mob member who kind of controlled boxing in the most of the 50s, which was, a lot of Liston's career. Dude, Liston he had only lost one fight early on in his career. He was, I don't know his exact record, but he was probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 30-1 or something like that when he lost these back-to-back fights to Ali. And Ali wasn't even like a real fucking heavyweight, dude.
No, he was a light. He had just won the Olympics, and he wasn't like a true heavyweight at that moment.
I'm not sure he ever fought over 200 pounds until late in his career.
Until late, yeah.
One of the other things that reasons why they think it was fixed. You guys know who Eddie Futch is? He was a coach, a trainer.
Yes, four
of the 5. He trained 4 of the 5 boxers that beat Ali, which was Joe Frazier, Ken Norton, Larry Holmes, and Trevor Berbick. He trained those 4 guys. And one of the things that he said was that Ali was not a hitter or a heavy puncher.
But that's proven. He wasn't a heavy puncher.
Right. That was also one of the reasons why they're saying it was fixed. And that was a 6-inch punch.
Yeah.
It was a 6-inch punch. And he was backing up. He was backing up as he threw the punch.
Mm-hmm.
So
he didn't have the power behind it.
Right, he didn't have the power. He squares up his shoulder instead of putting his shoulder first. There's a lot of things that if you look at it, it's like, dude, there's no way he knocked him out with that punch.
Not the effect where he couldn't even freaking move.
Right, that was the crazy part.
He oversold it. He oversold it.
Yeah. And then allegedly this guy, Paul Gallagher, 25 years he spent getting this book together, which is called the real story behind the Ali versus Liston fights or something like that.
Paul Gallagher, you said?
Yeah. Most of he was friends. He was close to the Liston family, and allegedly a friend is like a friend of a friend. That night when the fight was gonna happen, she was trying to get into contact with Liston's wife, and she couldn't. And then that's when the whole thing came up that the black Muslims had kidnapped them.
So is it implied that there was gambling involved, or they just wanted to make a star out of Ali for whatever reason? Because that would be like a Muslim kind of important figure for their movement.
Exactly. He had just converted. He was just on the cusp of convert. I believe he converted right after that. Changed his name and everything.
Yeah, I don't think he. I think he was still like. Was he Cassius Clay then?
Yeah, Cassius Clay.
Yeah. Um, and also other things that Liston owed money to the mafia, and there's other like different ones. But this is the one that I found the most like support behind it was that the black Muslims had kidnapped his family. I also have a couple like reasons why it wasn't fixed because the first one I have is that they did the slow motion where you can see the punch connecting, and you know
Mhm.
when you look at that one, it looks pretty solid, but also it's slow motion.
Yeah, I was just watching it. I mean, he connects for sure on the punch. Now, I guess the question is like, was it enough to really knock him out that much?
That bad,
You know?
yes.
Yeah, that I guess I can question, but the punch lands. And if you kind of see it, and when you're watching it, if you look at Ali, he's like coming down on the punch. Like as he's like coming in, he's like coming down. So he connects with him, but I just don't know if it was enough to necessarily like knock him out. And I think if you see that initial stutter from Linston, I think that was real. Like he might have got like shook a little bit, but like afterwards, I don't know if I believe the rest of it.
The thing is,
Watching it,
Liston was a bigger man than Ali too. He was a solid dude.
no, for sure. But everyone knows it don't matter how big you
It
are.
don't
You get
matter.
caught with the right punch,
Yeah.
But the question is, was that the right one?
I think
You know,
also Liston was double the age of Ali at the time.
He had already been fighting 11 years. Here's the kind of convenient thing. Ali became Cassius Clay after the first fight, and when the second fight came up, he was Cassius Clay for the first fight,
right?
and then the next month he became Muhammad Ali, and then when they fought the second time, he was already Muhammad Ali.
And then he got to the World Series.
He got inducted. He got inducted, bro. Don't
He got
disrespect
inducted
him.
into the World Series.
Don't disrespect him like that.
one of the things that I found out is Ali knocked out George Foreman and what was his name, Cleveland Williams, as he was going backwards too. Because
but the Foreman knockout was more exhaustion that Foreman was going through. And what was it? That was the Thriller in Manila, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the rope-a-dope.
The rope-a-dope. He exhausted freaking, and Foreman was just done, dude. Exhausted.
Yeah. He employed the strategy of being on the ropes, punching, letting him punch himself out, absorbing all the damage, which is part of the reason why people say he ended up the way he did. Sometimes that style.
He took a lot of damage, dude.
Yeah, and then he ends up beating Foreman, who was a monster, dude. He was even more of a monster than Liston, physically imposing dude.
Foreman,
a lot of people also think
monster.
I mean, he endured a lot, but also I think the thing that hurt him the most was at the end of his career when he should have been walking away. And he wasn't. He was still trying to take those fights for whatever reason, being money or whatever the case may be. I think that's what really put it on him. I think that's what,
The years he lost of his prime, too. He lost all those years of his prime.
Yeah.
When he didn't want to go to – he couldn't go to war because of his religion, and he took that stance, and they stripped him of the belts. He lost – I think it was like 2 or 3 years.
4 years. 4 years.
4 years of his career there in his prime.
Yeah. And he was never the same. He had lost when he came back, he wasn't the same fighter. He had lost a lot of the speed and the movement that he had when he was younger.
But what an interesting guy, right?
Oh, dude, he's amazing, dude. Do you
put Tom Brady like in the same?
Muhammad Ali, okay, I'll put it to you this way. I grew up in the 70s, and Muhammad Ali was like the closest thing to Superman there was, dude.
He actually fought Superman.
He was a superhero in the 70s. When he lost the Sphinx, I was devastated, bro. I was devastated when he lost the Sphinx, bro. And then
he was old already, dude.
He was old, man. But to me, he was a superhero. I was like 8. He was a superhero. I didn't know the whole history of Muhammad Ali when I was 8. I just knew he was the heavyweight champion. He was bigger than life. And dude, when he lost to Spinks, but then he came right back and he beat Spinks and he regained the title, dude, that was huge for me as a kid.
Isn't it funny how you don't notice that shit when you're a kid, when like somebody's over the hill already or somebody, you just kind of know the name and it's still like a brand to you, and you don't realize that, fuck, this guy probably shouldn't be fighting anymore.
Dude, he was a freaking, to me, it was Muhammad Ali and Evil Knievel too, bro. Another superhero. When you're a kid,
Aaliyah's idols.
Dude,
Muhammad Ali and Evil
when you were a kid in the 70s, I was like, well, think about it. I turned 10 in 79.
But bro, you didn't answer my question, Hialeah.
What? If
you put Tom Brady next to Muhammad Ali when we're talking about the greatest.
I don't put many people ahead of Muhammad Ali.
No, he's next to him. Is Tom Brady?
Ali's so much more than just a boxer and heavyweight champion, dude. He's so much more.
By the way, you can get a figure pack at manofacturfigures.com. This Muhammad Ali versus Superman.
Is that a NECA?
Yes.
We have that online and at the store.
Yeah. And all this other stuff behind me, real quick. Sponsor.
I see Mando.
I got some John Wick right there.
Some Mando.
Me. Yep, the Mandalorian. We got a statue right here.
I like it.
What else? We got some NECA, Toonie Terrors, Michael Myers, Ghostface. We got some pops. I really like this pop. I'm not a huge Simpsons fan, but that's a pretty cool pop. It's like Homer, sorry about the glare, in front of his television.
That is a cool pop.
Yeah. Pretty fucking cool.
You got the Jordan one?
Yeah, I got the Jordan one here.
That's the one that everyone wants.
That one, dude. That one's nice.
I'm sure Chad, when he does the NBA, is going to talk about this guy.
I am going to talk about that guy.
Dude, that is so nice.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not doing it justice. You could check it out on the website, manofactionfigures.com. I like this one, dude. I got one of these for me because I love this movie.
Oh, nice.
I'm here to do two things. Kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
That movie is so underappreciated, bro.
I love it, dude.
Dude, I saw that at the theater, bro, and I was like, bro, this is so badass.
Dude, I never gave it credit because I saw Roddy Piper acting. Whatever.
He was great in that, dude.
I saw it later in life, and I was like, wow, dude, this movie's cool, dude.
One of the greatest fight scenes ever is in that movie, dude.
They kicked the shit out of each other, dude.
Such a great scene, man. Just put on the glasses.
Yes. Exactly. So, Tank, anything else on the whole Ali listing scenario?
No.
Hey, we got a bidder. Virus Arg has a bid on everything.
A ver, $1,000 pesos argentinos, amigo. Tengo que sacar la cuenta a ver cuántos dólares es. $3.
Sold.
$3 te puedo dar un trago de whisky. Mentira, eso es regalado. Mentira.
Nah, on that one, no. But I do have another one I want to talk about.
Go
I
ahead.
got two more.
Right. Let's do
you guys remember Margarito, the boxer?
No.
Yes.
Antonio Margarito?
Yeah.
He had the issue with the hand wraps.
The plaster of Paris, they call that.
Yes. And it first came out when he fought Mosley. They were wrapping his hands.
Sugar Shane?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They're wrapping his hands, and then Mosley's trainers were watching them wrap Margarito's hands.
They were stealing signs?
Yes. But that's okay in Chad's eyes.
If it's in real time, I don't understand what's wrong with that. If it's in real time,
There's nothing wrong with that. In real time, there's nothing.
You should be able to stand and watch them wrap their gloves. That's for sure.
Yeah.
In real time, that's all I was saying. In real time, if he steals signs, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, but you're not filming and stealing them in real time.
No, I guess,
I don't got a problem with that either.
Me either.
So they were watching that, and
look,
then
look at this guy's face, dude. That's how he left this guy. Well, he fought Cotto like under those circumstances too, right?
yeah, but it wasn't. They didn't know yet. So they grabbed one of his gloves while they were wrapping it, and they noticed that it was hard. So they called the commissioner over, and the commissioner started to look at it. And when he flipped it, like a little piece of block fell out of the glove, like out of the like where the padding goes. And then allegedly Margarito didn't know. Capetillo, which was his trainer, said, "Hey, this belonged to one of the other boxers that we were training to protect."
Capetillo was the guy's
Yeah.
name.
Capetillo, yeah,
Doesn't that sound like the kind of guy who would fucking put some casts on your gloves?
that's him right there.
Yeah, he looks like a cheater.
They were saying, "Oh, this is part. It was from a boxer we were training." Motorcycle guy, take a drink.
Oh, didn't even hear him.
I didn't hear anybody.
So whatever, he didn't know, and then they took it, they tested it, and they ended up finding that it had sulfur and calcium, which that is plaster of Paris, they call it. It hardens, and then they ended up getting banned for 1 year, whatever. So then Miguel Cotto, they had fought the first fight, and then that's when he starts looking into it. You had a picture up there where he's like this, and it has like a little break in it. That's one of the things that Cotto figured out, that that's not supposed to. It's supposed to be gauze. Gauze doesn't break like that unless it's hardened. It's the first one, I think. The first picture.
Okay.
Yeah, it has like a little crack right there. And then he was saying that was during the first Cotto fight. And then by the 6th round, Cotto starts. I don't know if you guys remember that fight. He was like getting tired, and then at the 11th round, Cotto takes a knee, and then they call it, and Margarito wins the fight. And Cotto was like a 2-1 favorite.
It's pretty stupid to take off your gloves if you're doing that, right?
Yes. Very.
Like just leave your gloves on. To take them out backstage if you're doing some cheating.
Yeah, but that would look suspicious though.
I guess.
Because usually right after the fights, they got those guys taking off their gloves so that way they can meet in the ring and get their hands raised.
I guess, yeah, you're right.
So if he didn't take his gloves off, it would look suspicious.
Yeah, that's
Probably
true.
would look more suspicious, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, they start investigating a lot of the things. That one right there on his pinky, it's like a little red. And that's during the
What year
Cotto.
was this? I'm sorry. What year was this, Tank?
I don't remember. I think it says it right there, doesn't it?
No, but I can look it up real quick here.
It's got to
That
be
was-
like 2000. I think like 2000 and is it late 2000s
Is it
maybe?
Cotto versus Margarito we're looking up
Yeah,
here?
1. It was like early 10s, I believe.
Yeah, I would say late 2000s or early 10s is what I was gonna say.
2004. Oh, no, wait.
2008, right there on the
2008.
right.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, so then
Because Cotto was a beast, man. During that time, he was eating people up.
yeah, he was a 2-1 favorite going into that fight, and they end up throwing in the towel in the 11th round.
Do they even talk about it here in this article?
It's Wikipedia, bro. You can add it if you want.
Then later on, Cotto gets his rematch and he demolishes him.
Yo,
Destroyed.
I find a lot of these cheating things, it's kind of hard to find information on them sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
Almost like they don't want to have them out there.
Dude, Cotto, like, fuck this guy up, bro. Like, without the plaster, dude. It was, like, gross, bro. Like, his eye was horrible.
Cotto's
That
a
ma-
beast, man.
He fucking
That might be
deserved
a
it,
good-
dude.
That might be a good fight to like rewatch. I like rewatching some of those old fights sometimes.
Dude, and the last one that I have, and it's really quick, but it's probably like the worst one that I think has happened in my opinion was the Luis Resto versus Billy Collins in 1983.
He killed him, right?
No, he didn't kill him. He like fucked him up. So Resto like they went to fight. Resto I think was like, let me see. He went in with his record of 19-7, and Collins was 14-0. He was coming up. They were making him a superstar.
Oh my god.
Dude, Resto, they had taken one ounce of padding out of the gloves, and they had plastered the wraps. And dude, this guy by the fourth round, his eye were fucking like starting to swell, bro.
Because they put plaster and they took off padding from the gloves.
Yeah, so they took out
1 ounce of padding.
That's crazy. That's a lot too.
Dude, he was getting hit with brick.
Yeah, bro.
Pretty
You could hear Billy Collins say when he's sitting down in the ring, he goes, "He's a lot stronger than I thought," and he's like fucking like, dude, he developed cataracts from that fight. He ended up becoming an alcoholic. There's stories of like his I think it's his brother, no, a close friend of him, and he fucking uppercuts his wife in like a party. He was like fucked up. He like went crazy.
Wow.
The reason that they found out that that there was something wrong with the gloves after he wins the fight, he goes and he shakes hands. He actually like kisses Billy Collins in the neck, and he shakes hands with his dad, and his dad grabs his glove, and you can see it in the video. The dad is like, he goes to walk away, and he pulls him, and then like he's like looking at the gloves, and then Resto goes like that. He calls somebody over. He's like not even like acting surprised. He's not like, no, there's nothing wrong with my gloves. He just like immediately like calls over his trainer, and right there they find out. And then 9 months later, this kid, Billy Collins, dies in a car accident at 22 years old. I think because he was drunk or something.
Wow.
That fight destroyed his life.
He died within a year?
Yeah, within 9 months of the fight.
In a car accident.
In a car accident, yeah. Like the fight, that fight destroyed the. He was gonna be a superstar, bro.
Damn. Never heard of that, man. That's great.
Yeah, I heard of that one. That one's fucking. I forgot all the details about it, but that was a big one.
Wow.
All right,
Um,
Tank. I got a couple more too, Tank. I can throw in.
Go for it.
Anybody remember the Aaron Pryor fight? And then, yeah, that they gave him the bottle of water with like some crushed something asthma pills. They said that were like a steroid, and then like he got like regained energy late into the 15th round, and he won by TKO.
I saw that fight. That was a hell of a fucking fight. Arguello was so good, bro.
But do you remember the details of the water bottle and shit?
I remember something about it, but I don't remember it totally. I just remember one time Arguello took a shot. I was watching that fight with my dad, and Arguello's head, I remember his head just snapped. It was like a straight-on shot, and his head just went. I don't know how the fuck he stayed up on his feet, dude. His fucking neck looked like it just. Damn. Good fight, though.
Yeah, apparently they gave him some type of steroid in the water, and he just got this renewed energy in the 14th and 15th round. Back when we used to have a 14th and 15th round, now he just and he won by TKO. There was one other one, dude, and this is an Olympic one, which the Olympics can be shady at times. Roy Jones Jr.
Yep.
Park Shi-sung. That was just an absolute robbery. Jones Jr. landed 86 punches versus 32 for that guy, and that guy won. That guy never went to fight on professionally, and of course, Roy Jones Jr. goes on to become, a living legend in the boxing game.
Probably, I think, held every single title at one point. I think
even the heavyweight title.
Yeah, he held every single. That guy was incredible to watch, man. I loved watching him.
Nobody like him, dude.
He got robbed for sure. He got bronze though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wound up getting bronze. He still medaled in the Olympics, but he definitely got robbed. We all know he should have gotten gold.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, Tank. Thank you. Chad, opening tip. Boop. You're up.
Cheers, guys. That's
with some
convenient.
basketball.
That's super convenient. Pass over here. Yeah, so as we all know, there's a lot of great scandals and things and scams that happen in basketball. I mean, we probably, man. Let me just say this: basketball always finds a way to get into the headlines. I feel like them and the NFL, those two are always neck and neck. Because you even think back over the last couple years. I mean, before I get into the main one that I want to get into, but think about the whole Sterling thing with the Clippers. Think about, your boy Donovan. Just, rest in peace, Kobe. But you had the whole Kobe, incident. There's just always something going down in the NBA. It seems. One of my favorite things to talk about, and
Can I ask you a question real quick before you get into them?
Yeah,
Sorry
go
to
right
interrupt, because you bring up a good point. But the question I want to ask you guys, we'll go around real quick. You mentioned the NBA and the NFL, always some shit going on, right? Who does a better job of squashing and then that you don't really hear about that shit anymore? The NBA or the NFL?
well, the NFL, but I also think it's the NFL being like they kind of like hide things, or like, okay, like we know the NFL, like a lot of those guys in the NFL have, they get into some trouble, right? There's a lot of assault charges in the NFL, but that gets looked past, I feel like, and you don't hear about it as much as you used to. It used to get brought up all the time, but now none of that happens. I feel like the NBA has a pretty good control on things, but I also feel like the NBA, their players have a pretty good control on the narrative on what goes out there as well. So I don't think maybe as many things get out sometimes in the NBA currently compared to the NFL. Because eventually the NFL, it always somehow gets out. Like, think about the Hardy thing,
Oh, we just had that one with the guy in Seattle.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the Hardy thing?
He got it, and he was the
He attacked his
he had like this crazy assault charge on his girlfriend or his wife, like multiple times. It was more than once, and then they kept letting him back into the league, and then eventually he stopped, and then he went into UFC and started fighting.
Who did this guy play for?
Carolina. Greg Hardy.
He's played for Dallas also.
What's the Seattle thing?
The offensive lineman. He just recently went ballistic on his girlfriend.
And
we're talking about NFL. These are NFL guys.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So you think the NFL does a better job of squashing?
Well, I think the NFL does a good job of turning the blind eye, and I think the NBA does a better job of controlling their narrative and keeping those things quieter.
But I'm saying, like, after shit comes out, like, never mentioning it again. Who does a better job of that? Like, you never hear about that shit again.
The NFL.
You think the NFL does a better job with, like, squashing?
I think
I could see that. They destroyed the fucking Spygate tapes the first time around.
But I also think that's subjective to, like, are they doing a good job of, for instance, squashing it, or just being, like I said, turning a blind eye and pretending like none of it ever happened? Where the NBA might, for instance, okay, this happened, how are we going to change and move forward? And, like, they accept what happened in the past, I feel like.
I think the NBA is more accountable.
Well, no, they hold themselves more accountable than the NFL. With 100%, I agree.
They probably take more swift and decisive action than the NFL.
Dude, I really like Sterling, man. I think he's an excellent commissioner.
I'm not a fucking huge fan of most of the commissioners today.
I like him. I like the NBA commissioner. I think I'm really impressed with him.
I did like some of the former. The fucking baseball guy was fucking terrible. This guy is slightly better. Yeah, but no, he was terrible. Yeah,
Yeah.
This guy is like Bud Selig light. He was like a fucking apprentice of his. It's like one guy's Darth Vader, the other guy's Anakin Skywalker.
But that's how I feel Sterling is with Stern, and I think that's why the NBA feels that good because Stern was great, and Sterling.
Yes, he had shady shit. I'm gonna let you do the basketball.
No, you're right. You're right. And I'm not saying he didn't, but I feel like, to your point, Sterling is like an offspring of that.
I like Tagliabue.
Okay.
Paul Tagliabue, he was pretty good. And fucking Bart Giamatti was pretty fucking good too in baseball. Anyways, go ahead, dude. I just wanted to ask that question. I think they both do a pretty good job of.
No, they do a great job. No, I agree.
It happens. They're like, don't ever fucking mention this again. All right.
What about Sepp Blatter?
Oh, the fucking soccer guy?
yeah, the FIFA guy.
FIFA guy? Oh, bro, that guy's corrupt.
Dirty, dude. Dirty.
That guy's super corrupt, bro.
He might be the most dirty of all.
That's bro. We could talk about that like on a whole other episode.
Soccer at the end we can hit up.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Bro.
man. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that question out.
Oh no. As I mentioned before, though, I think the NBA and the NFL, they're always finding their ways to just get into the headlines. If you even look at, over the last couple of years, some of the things that have happened in the NBA, I'll kind of get more into depth, I guess, on the bigger one that I want to talk about. But just to name a few, as I mentioned, you had the whole Donald Sterling, being fired. As I mentioned, Kobe Bryant, his sexual harassment. I think another crazy one too is your boy Gilbert Arenas bringing the guns into the arena. I think that's just insane. And I think, I don't know if it's necessarily like a like I guess you could say like a conspiracy, but one of the ones I want to talk about, which I think is, and I still think to this day, and I actually watched a documentary on where this guy came from in Maryland, but the death of Len Bias, and how, you have this up and coming superstar from this area, stayed home, went to Maryland, put Maryland on the map in the NCAA, gets drafted by world champion, Boston Celtics, and then, has a drug overdose on cocaine. And to me, it's just one of the craziest stories I think that has ever happened in
the night after the draft, right, Chad?
Correct. The night after the draft. I don't think you can even, and if you look at him, like,
look at this guy, dude. He's so fucking Adonis, dude.
And they said that there was something, I guess there was something with his, heart that when he took the cocaine, it just put it into overdrive, and it caused him to have a heart attack. And it's something that you would never think, especially with someone as athletic as he was, and how strong he was, as you can see. But man, when you go back and watch that guy's tape, bro, beast! What a beast!
Look at that picture.
Yeah, right.
Look who he's up against there.
Yeah, I mean, we never know what he could have been, right? It was during that time.
Unknown, dude. This guy was supposed to be the next Jordan, and adding to a fucking already fucking legendary team, because this was the Celtics somehow had that pick, but they still had all their greats, right? They still had Bird, Hale.
Yeah, and you have to remember, this is like when he was picked, that was pre-Jordan being what we know as Jordan. Like he was coming up through that time.
What year was Bias?
86, I think.
No, I think he might have.
I think it was 86.
Was it? So the same year as? No, 3 years after Jordan.
2 years. 2 years after.
2 years.
Maybe you can check Tank. When did Bias die? Because he died right after he got drafted. So.
Yeah.
Oh no, I could tell you when he died. It was 1986.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think. How
Jordan
many years?
came up in 84. Jordan
84,
came out in
so it was
84.
2 years behind. Okay.
Mhm.
But yeah, he died in 86.
He was the number 2 pick.
Who was number one?
Dude, I don't remember.
So, Chad, are you insinuating there may have been some foul play involved?
No. Well, like I said, I don't know if there was anything as far as that, but I think it's just one of those stories that it's just, it's very weird, odd. I don't want to insinuate that, but it definitely does not seem right, right?
Are you saying like an opposing team may have drugged him?
I don't want to say an opposing team, but maybe. I mean, just with the wrong people at the wrong time. I guess
Did
I
the
don't know.
Celtics get a do-over?
No.
No, they lost.
So much for the warranty.
I assume they didn't have to pay his contract, but
But he wasn't even signed.
Brad Daugherty was number one.
oh my God, Brad Daugherty, yeah, for the
Daugherty.
at least he was a productive player throughout his career.
Yeah.
Yo, and then later they got hit with Reggie Lewis. Remember that?
Yeah, bro. Reggie Lewis. He was an excellent player too, bro.
He died too, right?
Yeah.
He collapsed on the court.
Reggie Lewis. Yeah, dude. That guy was excellent as well.
Yeah, this is one of the greatest what if stories ever.
Sad. So sad.
Yeah. What else you got, Chad?
Well, I mean, I guess before we get to the big one that I want to talk about, but we can't talk about this with our boy Tim, right? Probably the biggest referee scandal of all time, shaving games, having calls go certain ways. I mean, there's been multiple articles, multiple books, and this guy is also not ashamed to even coming out and talking about it. It seems like in certain interviews. But yeah, man.
Did he go to jail?
Yes, 15 months in jail.
Yeah.
That's it? 15 months?
That's it. Tell us about Tim. What's the story on Tim for those that don't know?
Oh, I don't. Okay, so for those that don't know, he was pretty much shaving or working with bookies and sharks, and helping bets and just having games go certain ways. I believe he refereed between 1994 and 2007. And he officiated 770 regular season games, 20 playoff total, I think 20 playoff games as well in total. And he was a serious gambler, and, his knowledge of the NBA and referees, he was able to use that to his own advantage. And of course, fix some games, as we all know.
Dude, that's a major fucking scandal, bro.
Hey, if I were to tell you on the weeks leading up to this coming out, bro, there's a referee in the NBA shaving points and fixing games, what percentage would you have given me?
You would have said he was lying. You'd be like
0%.
0%. Take a drink. 0%.
No, I wouldn't have said 0%.
Yes, you would
Yeah, you
have.
would have.
Don't
for
fucking lie, dude.
No, I wouldn't have.
What would you have said?
There might be one now. You don't know.
Oh,
I-
now we're Mr. Conspiracy all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Mister, I don't
There
believe
is
in
things
aliens.
that I
Now
do
you
believe
believe in them?
When there's money involved, a lot of shit can happen, dude.
There's money involved in all sports, dude. Billions.
Billions.
I think that could happen. That's a major thing, but I don't think it's impossible. That'll happen again if it's not happened already.
Yeah, because look, point shaving, just to break it down real quick. So the Celtics are playing the Bulls. The Bulls are favored. No error is important. This is just an example. The Bulls are favored by 10. So they got to win by 10 for you to win your bet. You could call a few extra fouls on the Bulls at the end of a game, and then you got the Celtics taking extra free throws because kind of like holding or pass interference, it could go either way sometimes when you drive to the paint and you get a foul. All of a sudden, the Bulls, instead of covering the 10, the Celtics got extra free throws, and they win by 7 or 8. You've affected the betting line without affecting the results of the game, and then a lot of money can be made or lost still. And, only gamblers are going to be like, holy shit, did you see the fucking fouls that we're calling? Oh, my God. But the regular fan is like, hey, fucking Bulls won. High five, bro. Yeah, we won, dude. Who cares?
And that like that till this day that are freaking looks shady as shit.
And also too, Raul, to swing it back around though, think Pete Rose, same thing as you mentioned earlier, the amount of influence he had on that team, even though he was betting on his own team, but he had the influence on his team. So it was only a matter of time that he was going to bet against his team if he didn't already. So the same thing with this guy. He was making bets, I'm sure. He saw the lines, and there were certain games. I'm sure he was probably looking at his schedule on what games he was going to be reffing. All right, cool. These are the games I'm going to go ahead and, make my bets on, and then I can, of course, make my influence.
Just his bets. There was probably people telling him what the fuck to do.
Yeah, but he was also probably making it as well. He was going to be a gambler.
Of course.
So,
He said he only made 100 G's, but that's fucking
that's bull. That's bull.
bullshit,
He
dude.
might have made 100 G's for himself, but he made a lot more for other people, dude.
There's no way you only make 100 G's if you know
the outcome of games. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Why would you not fucking go all out if you know what's gonna happen?
Of course.
That guy's a liar.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Once you're in that fucking rat world, dude, like even when they bust you, we can't believe what you say.
How was it that he got busted?
He got busted because some mafia dudes who were involved with him got wiretapped, and they kept overhearing his name come up on the taps, and then they got to him. Dude, the NBA has done a great job of like putting this story fucking behind them, similar to the Malice in the Palace. Like you rarely hear about that shit or see footage on it. Like
that was what I was gonna bring up too.
I'm sorry, I'll leave that.
No. I'm just saying, Malice in the Palace is come on, bro. Like
yeah. I'll let you tell that story in a minute. But he had other referees involved too. I think he got hushed, and like only a little bit of the story got out. We don't really know how deep that rabbit hole went and how many other referees were involved.
In on it, yeah.
With him.
There's no way that he was alone. No way.
And also insider trading information too. Like, hey, I know fucking Michael Jordan was out last night drinking all night and he's not going to be the same today. Or I know Pippen's nicked up a little bit. It's not on the injury report, but, we saw him back in the locker room and he's getting taped up, like little shit like that is going to influence the game, right?
No,
throw that in with a couple fouls, you got a pretty good advantage.
And to Randy's point earlier, not that you're changing the complete outcome of the game, but you're affecting those point swings, which that's where people make or lose money. So that's the big thing about it.
Going to this Sunday, the Sunday looked fucking. The calls were super uneven.
Were they? I didn't notice. How uneven were they?
They were very uneven.
I believe it was 9-1 in the first half.
Yeah, definitely.
That interception.
That changed the game to me.
That was the beginning of the end. That was fucking bullshit, dude.
It totally sucked any kind of momentum that Casey would have got from that.
And then they doubled down on that. So not only did we take away the interception, not only did we stop you and you had to kick a field goal, now you're also offsides. Now you get to score a touchdown. Not only that, now you get a personal foul because Brady ran up to you inexplicably and you get the personal foul. They could definitely influence games, dude, and they do.
Definitely.
No, I don't disagree. Don't disagree at all.
He talked a lot about them being instructed to extend series too, if they could, by calling extra fouls on teams. So you have a
in
best
playoffs.
Yes, you want that extra game for ratings and commercials, and it's like free money. It's like, dude, you want to work tomorrow? Fuck yeah, can we work? How do we work tomorrow? We just got to call a few extra fouls here and there, and then maybe we can make it happen.
But who was doing the instructing? The mob?
No, he put this on the league. This was a league thing that, as a referee, as a company man, you knew or you were told it's in the best interest of the league if this series goes 7 games. A competitive series.
He came out and said that once he started to get,
He was on the Pat McAfee show not too long ago.
Yeah. Bro, he's open to talk about all this stuff, which is crazy. But
not everything, though. He'll stop short of like implicating other referees. He'll stop short of saying he fixed games. He'll say that he influenced some games.
Well, I mean, okay, to your point, he didn't say he fixed games, but he says that he influenced games. Like, we all, come on, bro. Let's read the lines there.
No, yes.
So, but no, I guess to me, probably like over the last 30 years in the NBA, that's probably like the biggest scandal as far as like, games,
in any
being in
sport,
jeopardy.
I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you might be able to say the sign stealing from Houston is up there now, because
You're
that they seem to come down with the hammer on them. But before that,
And I
it was
like that.
definitely.
Hey,
I like it.
hey, let me going back to the baseball. How do you guys feel about them giving immunity to those Astros players?
Hold on. How do I feel about you getting
Bullshit.
inducted into the World Series? I think it's going to be a great day for you when you get in there, bro.
How do
Hey,
you feel about
anytime he says inducted into the World Series instead of Hall of Fame, you take a drink.
how do you think them giving all those guys immunity to come forward?
Dude, it's like when the FBI gets into the mafia and they want to get some lower level guys to bust to cut off the head of the snake. Sometimes it's part of the game. You got to do it, man. I don't like letting anybody off, but maybe you had to do that to get, the GM, the manager, the other people. It's a necessary cost, I think.
A lot of them are still tarnished.
Oh yeah, dude, and they got drilled. A lot of them got drilled when they went up to bat by opposing pitchers and
Oh
opposing.
yeah, they didn't. Oh yeah, but then
And
I mean, but
deservedly
also
so.
too, but the MLB is not. They're against the targeting as well. That's a big thing that's happening right now. Like any type of ball that's thrown at a
Yeah.
hitter now, it's like, yo, you're gone. Like if there was any type of implication that you're targeting that hitter, they're kicking people out, man.
Hasn't that been part of the game?
Well, it's like one of those like unsaid rules, right? It's one of those like, if you
no sport has more unsaid rules than baseball.
for sure, it's one of those things like if you come, you hit our guy, we're gonna go after your guy. Like that's just like a unwritten rule. There's so many unwritten rules in baseball. But I think if you see with today's day and age and where we are as far as competition and where these, billion-dollar industries are trying to be, influential to kids and role models, what are you teaching your kids, in baseball to go out and do that? So I can see why they're trying to like pull that out. Same thing with like football and leading with your head and targeting with your head, right? They're trying to show like, hey, that's not the right way of doing things. So even though it's something you and I have always known, and it's like, yo, it's part of the game, but is it right? Nah. So I could see it.
I think baseball, though, probably does the best job amongst the players of kind of policing themselves.
So, 100% agree with you there.
Yo, you're getting out of control. You're doing this crazy shit. We're going to make you pay, okay? Maybe hockey. I don't know that much about hockey, but I know they'll fuck somebody up on the ice if he's fucking with, your main scorer or whatever, the enforcers and all that shit. But baseball, dude, you do something out of line, dude, whether it be in the field of play or out, they're gonna throw a couple at your fucking head, and even maybe the umpires don't crack down on that as much as a random. I don't think they were that hard on the people who threw at the Astros pitchers, Astros hitters this year.
Maybe not this past, or maybe not. But I mean, I don't watch it a lot of baseball as I used to. I mean, I think I probably watched maybe a little more than you guys, but something that they were really keen on, for instance, any type of retaliation at all, that was it. Like, yo, you're gone. Like it didn't matter. Like they're like, so, I mean,
but so they're willing to pay that price sometimes. They're willing to say, all right, you're probably gonna get thrown out of the game, but you're gonna have to fucking throw at this guy. Maybe you don't throw at him today. We play them next weekend, but like they're like the fucking mounted police from Canada. They always get their man eventually.
Eventually, yeah, no, I hear you.
Well, they're like an elephant, dude. They have a memory. They'll fucking hit you next year, bro. They'll hit you like on another team, but they'll fucking get you, bro.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's why they don't get crazy, I think, too much.
All right, facts there, facts. Well, back to basketball. Talking about policing themselves, and obviously this locker room had no one policing it because they jumped into the stands and they started fighting people. But the Malice in the Palace, as Randy mentioned earlier, probably one of the craziest scandals that ever happened in sports history. Showtime documentary on Ron Artest, highly recommended to everyone. They talk about that.
What's it called?
Oh man, let me see if I can look it up for you. But it's on Showtime. I know that.
Okay. That was just more for my personal.
It's called The Quiet Storm. Quiet Storm. That's what it's called. Check it out. But So Malice in the Palace, you have the Pacers and the Pistons were the year before, the Pistons and Pacers Eastern Conference Championship. They go at it, Pistons win, and they go on to, win the finals. But, the Pacers felt some type of way about it. So that was like, they had like a chip on their shoulder. They have
real quick. This referee has no fucking chance of stopping anybody. Look at him.
Oh, it's so good. So good. So anyway, you get to this game next season in Detroit. The Pacers are actually putting it on the Pistons, and they're losing. And they're in the fourth quarter. It's kind of like garbage time. And Ben Wallace goes up for a dunk, and Ron Artest talks about it, and he claims that, look, I played all this way my entire life on the black court. I don't let no easy buckets. I don't care what time it is. I don't care how much we're winning by. No easy buckets. So they fouled him. He goes, yeah, I might have fouled him a little hard or whatever. Some words were exchanged, this and that. They kind of, started to, I guess, brawl a little bit. But if you watch the video, Ron Artest goes over to the scorer's table or like the announcer's table, and he literally starts laying down on it. And everyone, and he talks about this, and Steven Jackson talks about this as well. He goes, first of all, what a lot of people don't know is like Ron was told by like his psychiatrist, like, yo, you need to find, like, when you start getting crazy, you need to just remove yourself, and like you need to go lay down, and like, that was how he coped with things. So he saw the scorer's table. He felt like that was going to be the best place for him to be. So he started laying down to try to get away from the situation and to calm himself down. Of course, no one understands that or knows that. People think that he's just being crazy. Out of nowhere, a cup comes flying, hits him on the chest. Forget about it. He jumps into the stands. He fights some guy that wasn't even the guy that threw the cup. It was the guy next to him. And it all hell broke loose. Now you have players in the stands fighting. You had Jermaine O'Neal. You had Steven Jackson. If I was not mistaken, Steven Jackson said that it was his first year on the Pacers. He could feel like the tension between the two teams throughout the entire game. And he goes, when you're on an NBA team, like, that's your team. So of course, I was worried for Ron because I felt like, his life was in danger. So I went out there to like protect, a fellow teammate. And he goes, I kid you not. And I think this is one of my favorite parts of this story, Randy. He goes, we get back into, the locker room after everything was separating, calmed down. And Ron, like, we had to separate Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest. Even though Jermaine O'Neal was fighting people, he was pissed at Ron for doing that. And he goes, all of a sudden, like, Ron looks at me and goes, yo, you think we're going to get suspended? Because he had just come off a suspension. He's like, suspended? He goes, Ron, we're going to be lucky if we have jobs, man. I'm going to be playing with you in Europe next year.
I remember that. That was funny.
It's like, do you think we're going to get suspended? It's like, yeah, we're getting suspended. But one of the craziest nights ever in basketball history.
Remember the two fat guys that came on the court and were fucking fighting with them?
Oh, yeah. And then they got laid out. Laid out. Ron Artest laid both of those guys out. And then in the interview,
or one of those guys comes like sliding with a punch.
Yeah, and then Ron hit him. And Ron said it. He goes, yo, Buddy was lucky that I wasn't fully like planted because I was off balance and I just missed him. He goes, because when he was coming in, he goes, I threw a punch, but if I was like, I guess kind of more squared up, he goes, he would have been knocked out. But that was one of the craziest things ever. And then to think that Pacers team was so good, they could have won an NBA championship, right?
They were so good, bro.
He goes through all that. He goes and gets help finally, like mentally, goes to Houston, and then he goes and wins an NBA championship with the Lakers, which was incredible, an incredible story. But
Had a world peace.
Yeah, but Ron he even mentions it in the post game. He felt so bad that he couldn't do that with that Pacers team, and that it was kind of like for them, but they all felt like he kind of let them down in that situation. But bro, insane story. One of the craziest things ever happened. And now what's funny is the guy that threw the cup, him and Ron Artest are like best friends.
Yeah, that's him right there. Oh no,
The
I'm
guy
sorry.
to the left.
Yeah, and this is the
guy
wrong
in the
guy.
Yeah, so the guy that he's getting ready to punch, or he was not the guy that threw the cup. The guy in the Cubs jersey is the guy that threw the cup.
Right. And this guy's life is flashing in front of his eyes right now.
Oh, bro, can you imagine?
Ron Artest running to you to fucking choke you or fucking punch you.
So,
Hey,
but yeah,
two things about this thing. One, I think fucking Ben Wallace is a fucking big human being. I don't think Ron Artest wanted anything to do with Ben Wallace in this fight. And also, who do you see on? Do you see any of these guys on ESPN? Do you ever see Steven Jackson on ESPN?
not anymore. He was doing something for a little bit, but he's got a really good podcast. Steven Jackson, him and Matt Barnes.
Yes.
All the Smoke
Right.
podcast.
Yes.
It's pretty good, but no, I haven't seen any of those guys really. I guess as ESPN affiliates.
Well, but Artest, rarely do you see him. Maybe they'll have him as a guest or something. That's back to the club thing. It almost seems like Steven Jackson is part of the club for whatever reason. You know, he was involved in this terrible incident, but they kind of let him back in the club. He was a big activist for the whole George Floyd thing. I think he was a friend of his too. But Artest, like, you never fucking really. He was on Hot Boxing one time, Mike Tyson's podcast, but you don't really ever see him. That's just crazy to me how some guys get like let back into the club, and then some guys you just don't get back in the club.
No, I hear you, bro. Just crazy. I mean, like I said, it's just one of those things I have to bring up talking basketball. And I guess with that being said, let me get into the conspiracy or the controversy that I want to talk about. I had brought this up to Randy, and I think this is one that a lot of people either look past or don't bring up. As Randy has mentioned, the NBA does a great job of like suppressing these things or maybe not putting out information. But we're going to talk about Michael Jordan's brief retirement to go play baseball and come back to win three NBA championships. But the theory that the NBA had to pretty much force him into retirement because he had a gambling problem, and they had to kind of keep things hush for a little bit so they didn't hurt their image. There's reports that he had written a $57,000 check, if I'm not mistaken, to James Slim Bowler, who was at the time a notorious cocaine dealer.
Yeah.
So why Michael Jordan was writing checks to cocaine dealers mysteriously in his prime, obviously priming in the NBA, decides to retire to go play baseball. Seems a little fishy to me. I think some of the reports of his gambling habits and addictions could have been a result of him going into retirement. I think it was reported in the 1993 Eastern Conference Championship game, one of the nights before, he was seen in Atlantic City gambling till like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yep.
So, want to know possibly what your thoughts on this one, Hialeah?
I agree with you, man. That shit's fucking fishy as shit. Me and the GOAT were actually talking about this just the other day. We were talking about the show, and I brought it up. It just don't make no sense that he would leave to go play fucking baseball in the middle of his prime, 3 championships. Yeah, dirty.
I mean, they're saying we all saw
They covered it up.
We all saw The Last Dance. Like, we all know, like, it was no surprise. Like, they didn't hide that he gambled. You know, like, they showed him in the back throwing dice. You know, gambling with the arena security and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they always had
everything. He bet on everything.
I think this dude is just so competitive that he would bet on 2 roaches walking down the hallway. He just always had to have action in his life. There was also a book written, and it's kind of well known, or maybe not well known. He had a huge fucking golf gambling debt to some dude that he kept betting double or nothing. The guy wrote a book about it. We're talking like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which, you know, you may say he was making 30 million or whatever, but that's That's a big fucking bill to run up, dude.
It adds up.
On a bet. You know what I'm saying? Like, for sure.
It adds up, dude.
In his retirement, they asked him if he'd ever come back, his first retirement, and he said maybe in a few years if the itch is there. And then, like, what conspiracy theorists will fucking target is this one quote that he said: "If David Stern will allow me to come back, or if David Stern will have me," I think was the exact quote. Like, why would he not have you? Why would you not be able to come back?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I totally agree on this one.
Tank, I don't know if you were one to experience this during this time, but I want to know your thoughts on it as well, my friend.
Nah, dude. I
No?
was not one to experience this.
No?
I wasn't
what-
even alive.
what do you make of it?
I never looked into it, but I guess so. Yeah. So with what you guys are saying, leaving in the middle of his prime.
And then he comes back after, 2 years, pretty much, and then wins 3 more. Like, if he never left. Like, when he
Yeah.
came back in the middle of a season. So and that's when, if you're into shoes, that's the Jordan 10s, right? He came back in the middle of that season. I think they were like a low playoff seed, and they wind up losing in the first round. But he didn't have,
To the Magic, right? They lost to the Magic.
they lost to the Magic, and then the following year he did in the Magic.
Yeah, wonderful Magic team, dude. Dennis Scott, Nick Anderson, Shaq,
Penny Hardaway.
Yep.
But yeah, so he comes back pretty much, and then wins 3 freaking championships like he never left. If anything, he looked even better the last 3 than he did the first 3.
Yeah.
And then it just makes you question, like, okay, what really happened there? I think the gambling had something to do with it. Maybe wasn't the entire thing. He might have deep down inside wanted to go play baseball a little bit, for his dad. But I think something happened. They had to keep things under wraps before it got out, and they probably did everything at the right time, because nothing ever got out then. No one even thought about that then, right? Until it was like, a couple years later, maybe it started to get brought up that, hey, this guy's got a gamble.
Bro? Can you imagine in today's day and age if they said like Tom Brady or LeBron James, because we're talking about this type of character, right? Like the face of the league was in Vegas gambling the night before the game, or lost hundreds of thousands of dollars gambling on golf. Jesus, what a story that would be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll play devil's advocate on this one, dude. I think the guy's dad died, and maybe he just wanted to get away, and he wanted to do something, and he really did like baseball, and he wanted to see if he could do it because he's such a competitive guy, knowing he could always go back. I don't know. I'm not saying it's 0% like some people say, that this was a punishment and that he had to serve, but I don't. At best for me, it would be fucking 50-50, dude. Maybe he just wanted to play baseball.
And that's kind of where I lean on it. Like I said, I feel like there was something inside of him that did want to play baseball, but I also feel like this had to influence someone's decision, right? If it wasn't his, or like somebody else's, being Stern. But shout out to the athlete that he is, though, because he went over, did his thing in baseball, and a couple, people say if he would have not that he would have been some great, major leaguer, but if he would have stuck at it towards the end of what he was doing in, the minor leagues, that he eventually could have possibly made it to the major leagues. And that just
people.
What?
I'm one of those people, dude. I people laugh at his baseball career, but the guy, without playing any professional baseball, not having picked up a bat in over a decade,
Oh yeah,
was decent enough to fucking start in Double-A baseball, which you're just a step or two away from the bigs. He would have made it to the big leagues.
yeah. No, if he
wasn't going to be the Michael Jordan of the big leagues, but he would have made it.
No, I agree with you, Randy. I think if he decided not to go back to basketball and just stayed playing baseball, eventually would have made it to the big leagues. I think that's just a testament to his athleticism. If you go and watch that 30 for 30, the bus ride with Jordan, or riding the bus with Jordan, where they kind of like talk about his baseball career, he struggled at first, like really bad, and it wasn't towards like the end where he started to like piece things together and make things happen, and then he decides to go back to basketball. So that's another thing that you got to question. Like, okay, so I left one sport, I come back, to this sport that I love from when I was a kid. I suck at it. I'm starting to get things going and the ball rolling, but now all of a sudden he goes back. So,
well, you have to remember there was a baseball strike after that first season that he played that also influenced him a little bit, because they weren't fucking playing. So, and he wasn't going to cross the picket line. He was like, I won't play. So some people say, that also influenced his decision to leave baseball, because he wasn't going to be able to play anyways. There was that strike. We lost the
half a season, I think.
Yeah, half a season. And then when the other one was starting, it was unsure. We were unsure at the time if they were even going to be able to start it.
I forgot about that strike in the mid-90s.
Terry Francona was his coach, who was later a major league coach.
Virus.
Say again?
Good night, Virus.
Good night, bro. Beatles. And Terry Francona's one that'll say, dude, this guy would have made it, man. Well, when he said it, I was like, yeah, dude, this guy knows his stuff. Big league manager. You could tell when guys
made it on his name alone, dude. He just would have had to have been some kind of halfway decent player. Just with his name alone, he would have made it. He would have sold tickets, and that's what it.
Absolutely, it's all about money.
Guys, I'm out of here. I gotta be up at 5.
All right, Tank. Thank you, bro.
Oh, thank you, guys.
You're good, Tank.
We'll see you next time, brother.
Love you guys.
Love you, bro. Be easy.
Fins up.
I'll send you a text tomorrow, Tank.
Yo, be there for the induction to Hialeah's World Series.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make sure. I'll tune in.
All right. Sweet.
Got guys.
You got more basketball shit?
I mean, that was the big one that that I was like super into, and of course that I mentioned to you, and I just found it so, the timing of things seemed so convenient then. Let's just say it that way, kind of to what you were saying, like you're kind of like 50-50 on it. I just feel like the timing of everything just seemed so convenient for it to roll out that way. Outside of that, for basketball, man.
I'm 95% that he left because he was asked to leave because of the gambling.
Wow.
Somebody that competitive on top of the world, and you're going to tell me he's going to go, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm going to go try baseball? No, I don't believe that one bit, dude.
Maybe because he is competitive.
Fucking competitive. You want to set a fucking record in something, and you're not going to go and start something new.
But maybe that's why he did it, because he's so competitive, because he thought I could do it there too.
And to play devil's advocate to you, Harley, he said this too before he left. He felt like there was nothing left for him to do in the NBA. He had no more competition.
I don't believe that as well. Just because he says that doesn't mean that he means it. I don't believe that as well.
True. I mean, at that time though, I can see that. Like, who was going to compete with him at that time?
There were other teams, bro. There's always other teams.
And those other teams didn't do shit.
He would have won 8 in a row.
He would have. He would have beaten Houston in both of those. He would have beaten Houston back-to-back years.
I would have seen him go against those Houston teams.
I would argue he would have won 9 in a row, because they didn't even let him try number 7, which would have been number 9 if he would have played those. That's a possibility.
But for him being that competitive, don't you think he would have wanted to do that?
A lot of things, dude.
If there's nobody, you still want to fucking prove everybody.
Yeah, dude. But
it's the Celtics of the 60s.
There's a lot of things going on, dude, too, when your father dies,
Yeah, I was going to say,
we don't know,
factor.
dude, what's in his head at the time, dude.
I don't know, dude. I think it was a...
So you're saying he was suspended by the NBA and he had to go play baseball?
He was their golden child, and they found a way to get him out. Hey, you're gonna have to leave. Pay us.
Funny, he ended up in Chicago too, almost like the same owner of his basketball team. Hey, we'll just slide you over here to the White Sox. Jerry Reindorf, I think, owned both teams at the time. Mm-hmm. Hey, I got a couple more basketball ones I could throw out here real quick. the 1972 gold medal game in basketball, U.S. versus Russia. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with this one.
Bullshit.
They gave them, at the end of the game, 3 different attempts with 3 seconds to score the game-winning shot. One happened after a free throw that I think Rick Barry was the one who took the free throw. They got the ball and the clock was supposed to keep running, but they let them inbound it from the side. But then they stopped that and they started it again. But then they said they didn't start the clock after they missed, and then they did it a third time. And on the third time, they got to inbound it, even make substitutions, which they were not allowed to do.
Mhm.
And then they finally scored and won the game. That one is a big one. And then there's a couple of point shaving schemes in college basketball.
Yeah.
You guys ever seen Goodfellas?
Yeah, that's
Henry-
all about that. Yeah.
He's involved with the point shape, which is the picture, the thumbnail that I used for the video is the Boston College basketball team.
Which is great, by the way, that thumbnail. My wife was like, "Why are you on that?" It was too funny.
Luckily, there was a white guy in the front, and I put you right there, so it all worked out.
Bro, we don't have to bring up that card. Come on, man. You can put,
It's become my catchphrase with you, so sorry.
So I'm
but
just
him and his boys got some of these guys recruited, one first, and then he got a couple teammates, and they shaved points on a lot of games.
missing free throws.
Yeah, throwing a couple passes out of bounds or whatever. And then Tulane, who had to shut down their basketball program in the 80s, 84, 85, also were in a big point shaving scheme. I think Hot Rod Williams, who played in the NBA with the Cavaliers, was involved in that one. And then there's another one involving Patrick Ewing and getting David Stern. They're saying the fix was in so Ewing can go to the Knicks. At that point, they used to put envelopes in a I don't know if it was. I haven't seen the video.
Yeah, where they would go like that.
And like the little roller.
Yeah. And then one of the envelopes, they say you could see a bent corner, and then you see David Stern take a deep breath, and then he pulls out the Ewing one. That's one that they mentioned.
You know what? I'm fine with that though, because Knicks are still irrelevant.
Yes, he did help them. That's probably the last time they were relevant.
They were relevant.
They're relevant. They're irrelevant, bro.
Yeah, they haven't had anything since they had him. They're the 2002 Western Conference Finals, which is the Lakers going for a three-peat against the Kings. They were up 3-2 to the Lakers, and Game 6, virtually all the calls went in favor of the Lakers. The Lakers took 27 free throws in the fourth quarter, which is insane. I mean, if you hit all those free throws, you score more than most teams. That's like most teams score in a quarter. Almost all the King stars fouled out in that fourth quarter, and a lot of people say, like the NFL, the NBA does. Well, not like the NFL, but the NBA does a good job of extending those series when they want to. And what better story than the Lakers three-peating? Who the fuck wants the Kings in the fucking NBA Finals?
But that Kings team was good, man.
Yes, they were. They
Bibby, they had freaking what's his name?
Bloody Divac was on there.
Yep.
Former Laker.
Chris Webber was on that squad, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that's
good. That was a good team.
Jason White Chocolate was on that squad.
Yeah.
So the other weird one, which is it's not a fixing, but it's lame to me, and it's college women's basketball, which is also kind of lame to me. There was and I'm sorry, like the WNBA, you've probably never heard of this, but there was a player. Her name was Nikisha Sales, who was a scoring leader. She got injured when she was 1 point away from breaking the all-time scoring record, and basically on crutches, they put her out on the field in a prearranged agreement with the other team on the field, on the court. And they allowed her to take a shot to break the record during a game when, nobody covered her. They just let her go under the basket and score.
Dude, that's an insult to the person that was in first.
Absolutely, man. What the fuck, dude? You got injured. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what? I would have turned that down. That's like an empty. It's like, did you really make it? Did you really break the record?
as the player, right?
As the player doing that, how do you go out there and take that shot? It's like, no. That's lame, dude. I had never heard of that one.
Yeah. Nikisha Sales. That was another one. So that's a couple little basketball ones I had. And now I want to get into football.
Ooh, I might have to go get another drink.
Yeah. Get your whiskey because some of this shit is heavy duty, man. I swear. I'm not just pumping this up. So
all right,
I'm gonna do the intro. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the intro. So you do that. So, Hialeah, the NFL is an entertainment business, right? It's worth billions. Most of the revenue is shared. 70 to 80% of the revenue is shared, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're the Detroit Lions, or if you're the Miami Dolphins, or if you're the Cleveland Browns, from a fucking business standpoint, you don't really give a fuck too much if you win or not. You're still getting paid and you're still making money, right? Like your bottom line, we're fans. We want our teams to win. If anything, we're putting money into the teams, right? We're buying subscriptions and, cable, and we're going to stadiums, and, you buy your hat, I'll buy my jerseys. We're putting in, but the teams are sharing in the revenue, which it can lead to funny things happening because it's not purely about winning. And since the early days, dude, the NFL's been mired in controversy. I in the pre-internet days with an old school bookie who you would call or go visit, I became kind of friends with him over time, and he would tell me all the time, dude, they can fix this at any time. Don't ever bet too much. If it looks like a sure thing, it probably isn't going to be a sure thing. They want money to go both ways. They know exactly where all the money came in. And they can also, maybe not even gambling, who they want in the game, in the big game. Like what better matchup for the NFL could there have been than this year's Super Bowl?
Of course.
What would have been a better story?
That was the marquee matchup.
Like if you're writing a comic book, this is the Super Bowl you would have scripted in. And at the time when he told me that, I was like, no, man, they don't just. Nah, this guy's old and crazy, dude. He's jaded. But as the years go by, I watch games more with a jaded eye, and I maybe they're not 100% affecting every game, but I think certain games do get affected, and certain things can be influenced.
I do believe some, like, let's say when a real good team is playing a bad team, they do tend to see who they're playing next, and they do tend to not play. They play down to their competition, and the games are closer than anybody will think. I do believe that happens, and that's a natural occurrence. It's hard to be up every week for an opponent when we're playing the Dolphins this week, but next week we got the Patriots coming in, and they're the fucking it's an easy thing to do just naturally as humans.
Are you saying for the players, or are you saying for the officials?
For the players. I'm just saying for the players.
Another thing that does happen naturally is I do 100% believe officials are influenced by, in a home stadium, by a little home cooking on certain calls, because if the home team is winning and the home team is doing good, people are buying more beer and people are having more fun and they're buying more jerseys. I do believe that the home field advantage is more than they're playing at home than, maybe certain other things are going their way. But, dude, just to give you a little history, 1906, the Canton Bulldogs, who were one of the early powerhouse teams, they were involved in a betting scandal when they used to play series, and they kind of were accused of fixing one game to go one way and then the second game to go another way, so they could have a third game, and then that game they were going to play 100% straight up. And part of that was to get more gate money, right? More bonus money for the players and a bigger gate for the home stadium.
Right.
Canton Bulldog, Massillon Tigers betting scandals. We've been going a long time. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. It was a fucking 100 years ago, but that was one of the early football, professional football scandals, if you will. Also, we had the 1946 NFL championship game, and that was who played in this one? Reading my notes here, sorry.
Was that Detroit?
I think so. This was the Giants. And who were the Giants playing? The Chicago Bears. NFL championship game. We talked about this a little bit when we did the NFL championship series a couple of years ago. So basically, two of the players, Frank Filchock, which was a two-time Pro Bowler and one of the league's better throwers, and then another player who was also a star, they caught wind that they were talking to a mafia guy who had been repeatedly trying to bribe them to throw some games. And actually, one of the two guys, which was Merle Hapes, they were offered $2,500 by a gambler named Alvin Paris to throw the game. If they succeeded, they'd get $1,000 and they could place the bet to double their money. Suspicious movement on the odds the week before tipped off the police, and wiretaps on that guy's phone recorded mentions of their names. And then the Saturday before the game, the mayor brought them in to his mansion, and he presented the evidence. They said they declined to report it, which was like their major offense, but that they weren't going to accept the bet. One of them was not allowed to play. The other guy was allowed to play. They ended up scoring exactly the same amount of points that the point spread said they would, but only because the line had moved so much. So allegedly, some of the guys did make money because they didn't cover with the early, the line can go up as money gets bet. And then years later, they admitted that they were contacted, but that they didn't accept it, which is convenient, right? Mm-hmm. And I'll take a drink because I said it's convenient.
Cheers.
Alex Karras in 1963 and Paul Hornung were both suspended for a year for gambling on games. Karras owned a bar, which a lot of illegal betting was going on in the bar. The NFL wanted him to close down the bar. He didn't, and he ended up getting suspended for the year. Supposedly, they were betting on themselves. They say small amounts, but dude, just like Pete Rose says, I didn't bet against my team, and just like this Donaghy guy says, I didn't fix them. It's like, come on, bro.
Tim Donaghy, bro. Get out of here.
Nobody just sticks their dick in a little bit, right? Like, you need to fucking go all the way in, dude. Everybody goes all the way in, There's no just the tip.
I was just going to say, anytime that a girl hears just the tip, we all know what that means.
Yeah. It's not happening. So, have you guys heard anything about Super Bowl III, Jets versus Colts, 1969?
What, isn't that Namath versus Unitas?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe Earl Morrall was the starter, though, if I'm not mistaken, for Don Shula as a Colt, and they were 18.5-point underdogs. Mm-hmm. Bubba Smith, and granted, I have to play both sides. He was writing a book at the time. He said he claimed that the game may have been fixed to help the NFL AFL merger. At the time, the other two games, the NFL was crushing the AFL, and it was looking like a bad investment to do this merger. He says he can't understand how 5 times in the first half they were in within the 20-yard line and didn't score. Don Shula obviously took great offense to it and said it was ridiculous. I'm not even going to talk about it, but he did claim it. And Joe guaranteed it, dude. So maybe he knew something, man. Who the fuck knows?
He guaranteed it in Miami too, at the Downtown Athletic Club.
You guys find anything fishy about that one?
Hiley was there. He was like 3 or 4.
I was 1.
Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't born. That was a few months before I was born.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
I was just talking shit.
That was like 4 months before I was born.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you bring up the whole AFL NFL merger thing, being younger, that's never anything that I've even heard. I just know that Super Bowl to be Unitas versus Namath, the one that Namath called. But I will say this: it makes a lot of sense because even then, if you look at that Jets team, it was like a ragtag team. You know, they weren't anything.
Namath is not, in my opinion, a great quarterback.
Definitely not. I mean, if anything, he's just a pretty face. That, for instance, if we merge, the NFL, we can push this guy like as a face, marketing, as far as product branding and things like that. So, man, wouldn't put it past him. And then what you said, the Colts, they were within the 24 different times.
That does happen, but I would like to go back and see why they didn't score. What exactly happened to stop them from scoring?
I wonder if we can do a watch party one day
on that Super Bowl.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
That'd be cool.
If you pick up anything like, oh shit, that would, because you never see who sees that game. Nobody.
But also too, like, is it because late decision by Don Shula, he puts in Unitas instead of Morrill, where he was the guy that brought them there throughout the season, right?
There was an injury involved. Unitas, I think, came in late in the game. Earl Morrill started the game, and then Morrill obviously, came back to the Dolphins with Shula later, and helped us in that perfect season. I always, when a player says it, I find it a little more interesting. Granted, he was ready.
They didn't have all the cameras that they do now, and the replay, and so it will be hard to watch it and get a real.
I find it hard to believe that Shula would be involved in
that. That's a good point.
I'm biased there.
No, he's Mr. Integrity, right? Don't you see him like that? I do.
Absolutely, dude.
Nothing in what Don Shula was would lend you to believe that he would do that.
No, true. No, I'm not saying Shula because I agree with you guys there. But maybe was there questionable calls that we don't know about? Some questionable flags thrown?
Don't know.
We don't know. It'd be interesting to watch that game and see if anything sticks out. Now, Hialeah, you're a little bit older. You just told us. Maybe you remember this guy. I never heard of this guy. I almost want to do a whole podcast on this guy because his life is so interesting. Art Schlichter. Have you ever heard of this guy?
Art Schlichter. He was the quarterback for the Colts again.
How do you say his name?
Schlichter.
Almost sounds like Schuster, right?
Yeah.
Or Shyster.
Yeah, Shyster. Art Schlichter.
This dude got suspended because of a gambling problem that he had as the Colts quarterback.
Yeah, that was in the 80s, I think.
Yes, he was suspended by Commissioner Pete Rozelle in 1983. And he bet on at least 10 games during the 1982 season.
He had I know a little bit. I don't remember it, but he got into like troubles. I think drugs, drinking. His life went into a spiral afterward. I know he did jail time.
Yes,
Rozelle. They say it was like the last good commissioner. By the way,
like Rozelle.
I was gonna bring that guy up earlier, but I didn't want to.
I do not like Rozelle.
Oh, because of Al Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, This guy was the worst gambler of all time. He blew his whole $350,000 signing bonus. He lost $20,000 betting on college football.
He was a degenerate. He was a degenerate gambler.
He had at least $700,000 in gambling debt. This is 1982 dollars I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Jamarcus Russell drank his and lean, so
he did it at least. Yeah. Well, they both did it themselves.
At least there was product for Jamarcus Russell, right? He wasn't just throwing it away on that.
Yeah. He lost $500,000 on basketball games. His bookies threatened to expose him if he did not pay up. He was reinstated, and then he relapsed on the gambling. He was released. Then later, the Bills wanted to get him, but they wouldn't let him back in the league. And then the Bills got Jim Kelly, and then he became, expendable at that point. in and out of jail, writing bad checks, hosted a radio show, got fired after he was stealing checks from the station's owner. Just an addict, dude, a straight up addict with like felonies, stealing from friends and family. I kind of want to do a whole show on this guy. Just the ultimate scumbag.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like a former radio host from down here.
Are you talking about Larry King? No.
No, I'm talking about Sid Rosenberg.
Oh shit! Was he a degenerate gambler too?
Oh yeah, bro. That's why he got fired from 560. So, fun fact about me, Randy. I actually was an intern for 560 WQAM Sports Radio down here in Miami, like 2013, 2012. But a buddy of mine, who I'm really close with.
Now you're an intern here.
Yeah, no, yeah, now, right? But a close buddy of mine, before I was an intern there, he actually worked there. And if you ever listen to the Sid Rosenberg show, he had two guys that he would bring on every once in a while, and it was Drunk Adrian and David the Jew. And I actually know both of those guys are like real close friends of mine. But yeah, he had a big gambling problem. And when he left 560, or when he got fired, it's because he was promoting some gambling site or something like that he owed money to, if I'm not mistaken. And then that's what got him canned down here. And then he moved up to New York, or is back in New York because that's where he's from. And I think he's doing radio, or may not. But, Sid's a good guy. My interactions with him, I met him a few times. Cool dude. But he definitely has, an addiction, and you could, it impacted his career as this guy did. So, it sounds crazy.
What's up? What's he up to nowadays?
Sid Rosenberg? No, I still think he does radio up in New York, though.
Okay. You remember Eddie Kaplan?
Yeah, I remember Eddie Kaplan.
Yeah.
He was a big gambler. I loved Eddie Kaplan because he was a late night show, heavy on gambling, heavy on baseball, very knowledgeable. I loved listening to him. Let's do a little PEDs.
By the way, football. I was an intern on the Big O show and the Coop and Crowder show.
Cool, man. You know what I didn't like about the Big O? He was such a fucking Tannehill hater.
Bro, Tannehill, but he was completely right about him. I agreed with everything he said about Tannehill. I agreed with him. I'm sorry. Man in the box.
Yeah, and at times I feel like I'm like the Big O was with Tannehill with Tua.
But Tua doesn't. Okay. But you have to think about this, though. From what we've seen from Tua, small sample size, but each game kind of progressed. Maybe had a couple games regress, but the talent that Tua has is incomparable compared to Tannehill. And the problem with Tannehill, and look, nothing against Tannehill. He's a great athlete. He can do the job. He's not going to win you the game. He's not going to lose you the game. He's a game manager. Tua, he went to Arizona and won us that game against Kyler Murray, who's like one of the hottest quarterbacks now. Tannehill would not have done that. We wouldn't have seen nothing like that. Those are the things that I like. At the end of the day, stats mean nothing to me. Tannehill had all the stats down here in Miami, but you know what he didn't have is wins, and wins that were meaningful. That's what I want to see, and I feel like that's what we may see with Tua. So, and it doesn't look like we're getting Watson. So Tua's it.
I hope you're right. Guys, look at some of these PED suspensions per year. 0, 3, 8, 3, 3, 2, 6, 6, 9, 3. Again, this list, they say it's not 100% accurate since it's based off publicly available reports. It starts going up 9, 9, 29, 13, 12, 15. They kind of break it down per team here. I don't think I'm going to go through every team, just if I see any notable guys. The Steelers, only 2. Cardinals had only 2.
The PEDs, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's any big names. I had forgot that Mark Ingram was involved in that as a Saint.
Well, I don't remember that either.
That guy's had a long-ass career.
David Irving for the Cowboys there.
Bro, that is the weirdest looking shot of that white tight end. No, not that guy. That guy.
I'm not sure this guy's white.
Oh, all right.
I think he might be.
Yo,
He
and first of all,
might
hold
be
on.
like a Patrick Mahomes kind of guy.
That guy got hit with PEDs, no effing way. He looks like me.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't look. He doesn't look too buff. Dolphins. Sammy Morris, who was a former Patriot. Rashad Jones and Deion Jordan.
Rashad Jones we know about, but bro,
Yeah.
who cares, bro? That guy's a beast. I mean, that's one of those things like I was saying like early. I mean, okay, for instance, we all know these guys are like super competitive, right? These guys all hit the gym, like are all lifting weights. What's going on in weight rooms? And like, bro, you're gonna tell me that The Rock doesn't juice?
Oh, of course, dude. Of
You know what I'm saying? So like,
course.
I mean, I just feel like that's just what today's day and age is. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm not surprised by any of it when someone gets hit now, right?
Yeah, they seem to not make such a big deal out of it in football. Tim Couch, surprising, it didn't help his career at all, but he got hit with a suspension.
Yeah, but I mean, but think about it. That should tell you right there. It's like if you're trying to be in it, you gotta like stay with the times, right?
Vontez Perfect got hit with one.
Yo, but for real, ever since Antonio Brown took that hit from that guy, he ain't never been the same.
No, he's never.
I say that to this day, bro. Since he took him
Yeah.
and Le'Veon Bell, bro,
Yeah.
him and Le'Veon Bell, both of those guys, both of those guys got blown up by that guy.
Your Raiders had 5, Hialeah.
That's not enough. You know what? I'm disappointed with that. You know, with Raider Nation, with how as the rebels they're supposed to be, only 5.
The
Yeah.
Browns had 7.
They're slapping.
Yep. But and the Browns, you're letting the Browns beat you on that one? Come on, bro.
Joe Hayden, I forgot about that one.
Yo, that guy was a beast, though.
Yeah. I forgot about Brian Cushing with the Texans.
Oh,
I remember that.
guy was
Okay,
notorious with the roids, dude.
yeah, that guy was notorious. But
Even Romanowski, remember Romanowski?
yeah, but go back to Joe Hayden. Let me ask you this: do you think roids had anything to do with how good of a corner that guy was?
No, I think what it helps is in your recovery more than anything.
Recovery, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, JJ Watt is a free agent, dude.
Yeah, I saw that today. I was gonna bring that up earlier. That's crazy.
He was a roid monster, dude.
What is up with the Texans? They also fired somebody in their hierarchy today.
I don't think he got fired or he resigned. I know one guy resigned.
When somebody resigns, it means they got fired.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. Houston seems to be a shit show. I kinda,
Yo, Randy, can they
What a
just
shit show.
trade us Watson? Take Tua.
Why don't they trade us Watson and we sign Watt?
I'll take it, bro. And if you think about it, you know, Watson said he didn't like the way that the team handled everything with like the social injustice and all that, bro. We hate. I mean, I hate to bring up the race card in this, but if it's gonna work in my favor all day, we have a African American head coach and general manager. Come on over, baby. It's all love over here.
Hell
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, come on, like, pull that trade, make us a instant, bro. If that happens, the Bills are shitting bricks.
You know what the Patriots would do? The Patriots would sign JJ Watt and they would trade for Watson. Wouldn't that be like Patriot-like to
But
fucking do that move?
how could they trade for him? What did they have that they would? I mean, I guess Cam, because
What do-
at least it's someone that would maybe want to play with them.
If the Patriots had our roster, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, no. I mean, bro, and Hialeah, you and Jace told me on the Johnson & Johnson show that we couldn't trade back the pick that we got from Houston, and I looked into it. We can very damn well trade that pick back.
Why
So
would you
we-
not be able to?
Yeah, they said there was some sort of rule against it. No. We can trade that pick back to them with Tua. So if I'm Texans, I get my pick back, a possible quarterback, and I can still draft one.
Hey, Chad, but if that's a problem, you could trade your pick. We could trade our first round pick.
And that's what I said to them as well. But we can trade them their pick back. We can trade them the pick back. There's no rule against saying that we can't trade them their pick back.
Let me wrap up these PDs. Bruce Irvin for the Seahawks. You had 8.
Not that it's happening. Delusional Dolphin fan over here. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you. The Giants had 6.
How
Trying
convenient.
to see Julian. This one I like, and I want to spend some time on. New England Patriots. They had 8.
Oh, this is gonna be a good transition. I like it.
The most nefarious of all of these is Julian Edelman. Rob Ninkovich is also nefarious, and why I especially want to target these two guys were very buddy with the whole TB12 system and Tom Brady's guru, Alex. And you're absolutely right. I am transitioning here. Alex Guerrero. You guys know who this is?
I think so.
He's Brady's like guru,
nutritionist, or like his like little go-to guy.
Yeah. He's the TB12 partner.
He's the one that tells them not to eat strawberries.
Right, and he gives them the avocado ice cream. In addition, in his resume is him doing infomercials, faking being a doctor with some type of pills that'll cure cancer and all types of other shit. His degree is from a college that doesn't even exist anymore. Fucking Harvard is always around. Fucking Penn State is always around. All these other his school has disappeared from the face of the earth. Brady and Wes Welker, along with him, were peddling a concussion pill that you could take, and it would alleviate concussion symptoms or prevent them, which they were forced to remove from the market. So these two guys, Ninkovich and Edelman, were there training with him, which also Brady is. How convenient. Take a drink to that.
Cheers.
So I'm going to transition to, if we're going to talk about cheating and shit like that, I've done shows on this. I don't want to get too deep on it. We've been on the air a while, but there's no team that's had more scandals than the Patriots and Tom Brady. Deflategate, Spygate 2, all this Alex Guerrero business. Can we agree they're the cheatingest franchise of all time, or no?
I mean,
and if they're not, tell me who is.
No, I will say of current times, right? Because maybe we weren't. I mean, I wasn't around and back in the day to know what other people were doing, right? But at the same time, like, I guess I can understand the mentality. If you ain't trying, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying to win. And if that's what their mentality was, of course, it's killed my entire Dolphin watching career in a sense, because they've just dominated everything. But no, they're probably the most notorious as far as scandals and or cheating in the NFL from my lifetime.
Yeah, for modern times.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm not going to play the videos or anything because I don't want to get the show pulled, and we've been going on for a while. But anytime that any reporter brings up Alex Guerrero to Tom Brady and they ask him, is there any connection between Guerrero and Edelman? Or, dude, he kills the interview immediately. Okay, but I'm out of here, guys. He does not even.
Yep. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, he's out, dude. He doesn't want to talk anything about Alex Guerrero and his involvement with Edelman and the suspension or anything else. At one time, the guy was suspended. He used to travel with the team and fly with them and all that. He got Belichick took him out because he was getting players to go train with him instead of with the team guys. And there was a whole controversy over that, which some people say that rift led also to Brady leaving, which they relocated the whole operation to Tampa, the whole TB12 shit. Dude, I don't want to.
It's working.
It's working for sure. There's no conspiracy there. It is working. If I put my tinfoil hat on and I look at that Super Bowl game with Brady, dude, he looked. Do you remember Roger Clemens in the World Series against the Mets versus Mike Piazza?
Yeah.
You remember that, Hialeah?
I don't remember.
I believe it was the Subway Series, and they had like a rivalry.
It was like 2002 or 2003.
And Piazza hit like a grounder, and the bat got sawed off, and Clemens was so fucking like roid raged up is the only thing I can say. He grabbed the bat and he threw the shard of bat at him.
Yeah.
Brady almost reminded me of that in the Super Bowl with the way he chased down the honey badger. And at the very end of the game, watch any of these things on YouTube, the clips of him talking about Alex Guerrero and this, because I don't have time to show it. He was fucking dropping F-bombs at the end of the game, super fucking like pumped up when they were just kneeling the ball down. That's supposed to be like the most calm point of the game.
But you're also getting ready to win a Super Bowl. Like,
I guess.
I don't know. Like, I mean, okay, I can say this. I still go play pickup soccer, and I also play in like a men's league. And I mean,
you get worked up.
Yeah, for sure. And if I get what you're saying, Randy, but at the same time, even though they're kneeling the ball down, and not to say, and I'm just trying to imagine. We're kneeling the ball down, and I'm getting ready to win my 7th Super Bowl when everyone fucking hates me, and I know it. But guess what? That's how he carries himself. I'm the greatest of all time. So he was definitely hyped and pumped up for sure. I don't know if that has anything to do with roids, because I think this guy, his body type shows it. Like I mean, yeah, he might try to embellish the game to his favor, but we also know he's got a pretty high IQ of football, and you got to give him that. So, I think he was just hyped there at the end. I don't know if it has anything to do with that.
All right, maybe. But I thought he was
I think Raul's on my side on this one.
He's always, whatever side I'm on, he's against it.
Well,
No,
I mean,
for Chad too.
for sure. Oh yeah, Raul hates agreeing with me. You have to know that.
Here's the key: me and you have to disagree, Chad, and then that'll force him to really pick his side.
That might work.
And then we know which side he's really on.
But I mean, it kills me to say this, but I mean, even with all the controversies, Deflategate, Spygate, I think what he did this past year going to Tampa kind of proved to me, all right, because I always said this, like, they got a system in New England. Anyone can do it over there. Like, yeah, he's like the catalyst to the system, but he's not like the whole thing. I think this past Super Bowl win showed myself that, you know what, he was it over there, because they didn't do shit without him.
I heard this interesting tidbit. The year before he blew out his knee, they were 16-0, right? Then Matt Castle comes in. They
weren't 16-0 that year.
Yeah, they were. It was the year after they lost the Super Bowl to the Giants the first time, and they were 16-0. He had thrown the 50 touchdowns.
Oh, no, you are right. Yeah, because that was 2008. Sorry, you're right, because that's when we won the division.
After
2008, yeah, you're right.
Matt Castle comes in.
10-6.
10-6.
We were 11-5. We won the division. We go to the playoffs. No, yeah, you're right.
I remember Pennington with the flag on the field when we clinched it. I was at that game. Anyway, sorry, Hialeah, go.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, come on. Matt Castle, the year after he blew out his knee. You heard a tidbit.
I don't remember.
Are you serious?
The system?
They basically was a 5-game difference, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
What's your point?
This year, Brady leaves New England, and it's a 5-point swing in their victories from last year. Basically, Brady in that system was worth 5 games.
Hialeah, I'm going to disagree with you only on the fact, and I hate to defend the Patriots, but they had a lot of COVID opt-outs more than any other team.
That's true, but
you know what?
Brady adds wins to the. You're saying they still would have ended up 7 and whatever they were, 7 and 8, 7 and 9,
7 and 9.
They would have done better. They would have done better.
If they would have had Brady, they would have done better.
They might
if they would have not had Brady, but had all the other guys that opted out, they would have been better.
Yeah, and they probably would have gotten like a wild card spot because the Bills were good.
But I still think Brady has more influence. The quarterback has more influence over whether a team wins or loses than Brandon Spikes or Young.
I think you make a valid point there, but I also think, to Randy's point about the COVID thing, the Patriots did not look bad in the beginning of the year until that happened to them. And then once that happened to them, it just looked like they could never recover.
So what happened to them?
When they got hit with all Cam Newton with COVID and they had
a lot of those guys also sat out before they never even played the season.
It was a combination of the opt-outs and the COVID issue that Chad's talking about, where a lot of guys on the team got COVID and then they lost a couple games. They started off pretty hot. People were like saying, shit, it's Belichick, not Brady.
Yeah, because the first 4 or 5 games, even though they might not even had like a winning record, but they looked good and they looked competitive and they had won some games.
They were
but once that hit them, they just didn't recover. So I can see what Randy's saying that, but at the same time, Raul, I think you make valid points though, because you're absolutely right. If they had Brady, they probably win 10 games, right? You could probably say they win 10 games. I don't know if they win the division, but they probably go into the playoffs as a wild card.
Division, but they win at least 10 games.
Yeah, and they go into the division as a wild card. They probably make that fight for that. Mm-hmm. So,
I don't want to beat that horse to death, but remember Matt Walsh?
We know you can though.
I can. I will.
How convenient.
How convenient. Matt Walsh. Anybody remember that guy? He was the video guy. He had tapes that were incriminating. All that shit's fishy to me, dude. They destroy the tapes. You never hear from that guy again.
The destroyed cell phone.
That too. Hey, I want to play something. If the show gets pulled, it gets pulled. But I think this is probably the most, definitely like the weirdest thing in this.
Or put
episode.
the link. Just put the link in the chat.
I'm gonna play it real quick. It's not a very long interview because I want to see your guys' reaction to this. I don't think you guys have heard of this because you would have mentioned it to me probably, and it may be near and dear to Hialeah's heart.
Okay. Well, let's just do it then.
Hello, it's Paul Castronovo. If you haven't heard about Cinch, you're going to want to listen. CYNCH. Cinch is a propane grill tank home delivery service. It's ridiculously easy, and I can't believe it took us this long to figure it out. How cool. Door-to-door propane. No more lugging those heavy tanks. And
Snitch is not going to take us off. They'll like that promo.
This is an interview from a local radio station in Tampa a couple of weeks ago with Dwight Smith. He of 2 pick sixes in the Super Bowl against the Raiders with Tampa Bay.
How you do it? Go to Cinch, CYNCH.com. Use the promo code BIG. Your first tank exchange is just $10. That's Cinch.com.
Right now, we're going to go to the Wing House Bar and Grill DA hotline. This is going to be an interview that you guys will be talking about for quite a while. We had a chance to do this yesterday, and it was a bizarre interview, to say the least, with Super Bowl 37 champion Dwight Smith, who was a part of that team, 2 pick sixes. We all know what he did against the Raiders, but he joins us here in the Ronnie and T-Crash show as we count down to Super Bowl Sunday. Dwight, Ronnie, and Tom here. How are you? Welcome to the show. All right.
We had to come in right.
There it is.
Is that right? Well, we got a great matchup coming up with Super Bowl 55. Obviously, the Buccaneers are playing on their home field. They're not the home team, I guess. I guess you could say they're the home team, but it's supposed to be a neutral field. But just tell me, as a former Buccaneer, how surreal is this for the Bucs to be in the Super Bowl in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium?
That's a good question, man. I would like to ask some Tampa fans that question because I really don't know.
Well, I mean, this is something that no one's ever seen before. I mean, you're hosting the Super Bowl. The Bucs are in it. It's Brady versus Mahomes. I mean,
that was something I predicted at the beginning of the year. I said if the NFL wanted to have the home team in the Super Bowl, this would be the perfect year. Pandemic, people can't travel, so it's not a shock to me.
How big of an advantage do you think it will be for the Buccaneers not having to travel anywhere? Because obviously, when you were in the Super Bowl.
That's not no advantage. I don't have no advantage.
No advantage? Okay.
No.
All right, so
that's like saying they have advantage at every home game during the year. So I mean, it ain't like they won every home game, so it ain't much of an advantage.
So tell me, obviously you're a defensive guy. What would the game plan that you would engage against this Kansas City high-flying offense led by the great Patrick Mahomes? I mean, how would you guys try and stop Tyreek Hill? Let's say this was back in the day. It's a Monty Kiffin-led defense. How do you think you guys would defend cats like Tyreek Hill? And, of course, that fine tight end of theirs, 87, Mr. Kelsey's pretty dangerous too.
Well, we played cover 2, so it ain't much you would change. You always got somebody over the top. Our key was we had defensive line pressure, man. If you ever noticed in the NFL, the teams who win is who get the most pressure on the other team's quarterback.
Well, without question, and you guys were able to do it back in the day, and the Buccaneers might be able to do it against the Chiefs' offensive line right now that's really in shambles. They're banged up. They're decimated by injury, and you might be able to rush 4 and drop 7 and take your chances that way. Is that how you would do it, Dwight?
I mean, y'all know all the X's and O's, man. I'm just sitting at home watching. I don't like to get into that because I don't believe the game is really decided on the field. So, I don't get into all the X's and O's and talking, man. Like I said, I played in the game. I set a Super Bowl record, and we knew every play they was running before the game started. So, hey, who am I to say?
Well, tell us about that week leading up to the Super Bowl, because that was the big thing. Bill Callahan was the Raiders coach at the time. Obviously, John Gruden had just come over. Tell us about that week of preparation leading up to the game and how it was executed by you guys. I mean, you could know which plays are coming. And
Tim Brown and Jerry Rice come out and say that they made them run John Gruden's offense.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was his offense, and you guys knew exactly what was coming. Did you know every single play?
They didn't run that offense all year, though. Ain't it odd that you would run it when you're playing against us?
So did you guys know every play before the ball was snapped?
I'm just saying, man, the game ain't decided on the field. That's all I'm going to say. Like I said, I predict who's going to be in the Super Bowl. It ain't about who has the best players. Football is entertainment. So what's the most entertaining Super Bowl? The Bucs in their first one against Patrick Mahomes has nothing to do with if these are the best teams, because we know that these aren't the best teams. The Bucs are not the best NFC team.
So who's the best team in the NFC, in your opinion?
The Green Bay Packers.
But the Bucs beat them at Lambeau, though. I mean, the Bucs proved it. They went there. They beat Aaron Rodgers at his place.
You can say what you want, man. Like I say, the game ain't decided on the field.
But the Bucs beat Green Bay like 38-10 at Raymond James Stadium in the regular season.
You're not listening to me, man. You keep saying
So how is it decided then if it's not on the field?
The Giants won the Super Bowl in 2007. I had 2 pick sixes. One I took back 93 yards, another pick up there in New York. We beat them 40-something. We didn't have Adrian Peterson. They went on to win a Super Bowl. Like, you go for who beat what and how? Like, come on, man. Stop that.
All right, so how do you see this one playing out on Sunday?
It depends on when Vegas make that call. How Vegas ain't going to lose the most money.
So do you think the Bucs' original Super Bowl that you were a part of and won was illegitimate?
I think everyone is.
If you don't mind me asking then, we obviously appreciate giving us a little bit of time. Why do an interview for the Super Bowl if you don't believe that it's set up the right way?
Y'all asked me to. Don't nobody call me no other time until Super Bowl come, right?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Did anybody when we got on the phone say, "Hey, how's your family doing? How your kids doing?" No, none of that matters. So I'm gonna give you my honest opinion.
And I appreciate that. We do.
We do.
I mean, that is our job, though, is to talk sports. I mean, it's not personal.
So what is your honest
job to be real?
We understand that. So what is your honest opinion of Tom Brady being in 10 Super Bowls?
Good luck. A lot of luck,
Okay.
Because, everybody say Tom Brady, but if I can remember, there's a lot of kickers kicking kicks for him to make it there.
Well, Tom Brady did put him in a position to make those kicks.
So did Jim Kelly, but his kicker missed the kick.
He did. He did miss a kick.
Right. He did.
He did miss a kick. He
Well,
also lost 4 Super Bowls in a row.
But it's Jim Kelly's fault. Or it's not Tom Brady's fault if his kicker do. Like, come on, man. Boy, man. We break stuff down like it's so small. Like, this is the only reason that it happened. Like, come on, man.
So the reason you guys won the Super Bowl wasn't because of your outstanding defense. It was because that's the way it was predetermined. That's what you're.
Well, I mean, if our defense was so outstanding, why we couldn't beat the Saints that year? Saints beat us twice. So why did the Oakland Raiders say we're gonna go in with the Saints game plan? Because they had Deuce McCall, they ran the ball down our throat. Why didn't they come in and say we're going to do the same thing?
All right, D.
Now there's no more one to talk.
Well, we don't know what else to say.
We're just caught off guard a little bit. That's
A little bit.
To be honest with you.
Let's talk about the fact that the Lions made Calvin Johnson and Barry Sanders give back money, but they traded Matthew Stafford when he wanted to be.
Yeah, well, hey.
Barry Sanders didn't want to play for John Ross.
Let's not talk about the real things, man. Let's just talk about that. I got you, man. I got you.
Well, Barry Sanders didn't want to play for Bobby Ross, but that's another story for another day.
So
him and Calvin Johnson both asked to be traded. They wanted to go somewhere where they could try to win. They made them retire and give some of their money back.
all right, so let's for just a second. I just want to get your thoughts on Patrick Mahomes and what he's done at his young age.
It's great, man. I mean, the key for me with most teams is let's see how your team performs after your quarterback rookie contract kicks in. After, he's off his rookie contract.
So what do you think about Jameis
Seattle,
Winston's time in Tampa Bay now that he's in New Orleans?
Never liked it. Now, back to what I was saying. We watched the Seattle Seahawks be good until they paid Russell Wilson. We watched the Packers go to the Super Bowl until they paid Aaron Rodgers. The Eagles would win. The Rams would golf. So, you got to try to do it while you're on your rookie deal, unless you got Tom Brady as your quarterback.
All right, so how do you see this game playing out? I guess it's you already told us, right? It's just depending on what Vegas wants it to be, right?
Yeah, the New England Rams game 10-3, man. Who thought that was happening?
All right, Dwight, man, we appreciate a few minutes.
Yes, sir. God bless y'all. Y'all have a great one.
When you're in the market for
That was awesome.
Now, I could go on to the next part of the story, or you could give me your reaction to this, and then I'll show you the other side. What do you guys want? You want to give me immediate reaction?
That's your call.
No, I'm asking you guys.
I mean, I'll give you my immediate reaction. I think, he, of course, made some valid points. I even think one of the points that he made kind of supported something I was saying earlier on the show, but about these teams, how do you not know everything that's happening on the other sideline? If it's the plays, the mannerisms, the play calling. And he said it. We knew every play that was going to happen. We knew every play that was going to happen. And I mean, of course, he makes some valid points as far as what narrative that the NFL probably wants to push.
Agreed. Hialeah, you want to comment, or you want me to give you the next?
That was super interesting. I think he was talking at the end of the day, he said it. It's his opinion. It's his opinion what he says. Some of it could be believed. It's not so out of the world that you cannot believe everything he said.
How did he not get the MVP? Dexter Jackson, I think, got the MVP.
Dexter Jackson got the MVP.
But this guy had 2 picks. Did he have 2 pick sixes?
I think Dexter Jackson had 2 pick six.
I thought he had the 2 pick sixes. Anyways, let me give you this other side here to kind of complete the story, and then we'll dive in a little more if you guys want to or not. Are you seeing my screen here?
Yeah.
I'll read it real quick. According to receiver Tim Brown, John Gruden's Tampa Bay Buccaneers thrashed the Raiders 48-21 in Super Bowl, whatever the hell it was, because Oakland was sabotaged by Bill Callahan, the team's head coach at the time, who changed the game plan at the last minute. Brown's comments to SiriusXM NFL Radio on Saturday were earlier reported by ProFootballTalk.com, which was provided audio of his remarks. Brown said that when the Raiders got the game plan on Monday before the Super Bowl, it was a run-heavy attack, taking advantage of Oakland's size advantage on the offensive line. However, Brown said Callahan scrapped the plan on Friday before the Super Bowl to the shock of the team. We all called it sabotage because Callahan and Gruden were good friends, and Callahan had a big problem with the Raiders. He hated the Raiders. Only came because Gruden made him come. Literally walked off the field on us a couple of times during the season when he first got there, the first couple of years. Callahan released a statement Tuesday night saying he categorically and unequivocally denied all allegations. Any suggestion that I would undermine the integrity of the sport that I love and dedicated my life to, or dishonor the commitment I made to our players, coaches, and fans is flat out wrong. Callahan said in a statement, I think it would be in the best interest of all, including the game America loves, that these allegations be retracted immediately. Gruden had been the coach of the Raiders from 98 to 2001, and Callahan was his offensive coordinator. When Gruden moved on to Tampa for the 2002 season, Callahan was made head coach, and the two wound up in the Super Bowl against each other. Hall of Fame receiver Jerry Rice, the Raiders' other starting receiver in the Super Bowl and now an ESPN analyst, backed Brown on his claims in comments to ESPN's NFL Live on Tuesday. He said the players found it very unusual to change everything at the last minute. Rice said the Raiders' game plan did change on the Friday before the Super Bowl and that the team was surprised by that because you worked all week long on running the football. On Friday, Callahan put in a new plan that had the team throwing the ball more than 60 times. Why would you wait till the last second to change the game plan, Rice said. He echoed Brown's theory that Callahan may have been willing to let Gruden win the game. I was surprised that we waited till the last second, and I think a lot of the players were surprised also. So in a way, maybe because he didn't like the Raiders, he decided, hey, look, maybe we should sabotage just a little bit and let John Gruden go out and win this one, Rice said. Brown tried to backtrack from the word sabotage Tuesday in an interview with the Ben and Skin show on ESPN Dallas 103.3 FM, but still implied the facts of the situation leave many questions about Callahan's loyalty at the time to the Raiders. I don't think he would have sabotaged the Super Bowl, but this is the problem we have. Because of his relationship with Gruden, because of his disdain for the Raider organization, that's what made people get to the conclusion, Brown said Tuesday. Brown said sabotage was a word that was thrown around the Raider locker room. This isn't the first time Brown has made these accusations against Callahan. The receiver also made these claims 4 years ago on the morning of the Super Bowl. I've been talking about this for 10 years, Brown said in an interview with ESPN Dallas 103.3 FM. Brown stressed that he was expressing his opinion, had no proof that Callahan intentionally doomed his own team. Jesus, I don't think I want to read everything else.
No, don't.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much you gave enough to, get the gist of it.
They did touch on Barrett Robbins, and they said maybe part of the reason why he took off and fucking, went AWOL and did all that crazy shit was because he couldn't fucking handle the fact that they changed the game plan and he wouldn't be able to fucking handle it. Brown said he wouldn't correlate Robbins' absence from the team, but he thought, it did probably have some influence. What do you guys make of all this shit?
I think I've heard this. I remember this. And why would you change the fucking game plan the Friday before the biggest game of your life? It don't make sense. And the Raiders had an awesome backfield. They had a huge offensive line. They had Tyrone Wheatley and they had Charlie Gardner in the backfield. Then they had Zach Crockett, the end zone, the red zone, freaking all that guy did was score touchdowns.
Vulture.
They were really good, bro. That offense was really fucking good. They had 3 stud receivers. They had Rice, Brown, and Jerry Porter. They were stacked.
Your boy Gannon.
They had Gannon, the MVP. They had Lincoln Kennedy at the tackle. They had Barrett Robbins at center, which he was in that game. They were just stacked. They had Wisniewski. I think Wisniewski was gone by then. They were just stacked, dude. They were just
That was
stacked.
one of his favorite teams, bro. You could tell.
Why change? Why change, bro? The offensive.
Try to win a Super Bowl, change it up.
For your boy? Let your boy win a Super Bowl?
Why change that offensive game plan, dude? Charles Woodson was I think it was his second year. Might have been a rookie.
Now, to your point, and I've gone back and rewatched that Super Bowl, and one of the things that I mentioned it, when we had the recap, it just didn't look like Kansas City didn't try to establish any run or anything like that. But at the same time, if you look back at their season, that's not what their identity was.
They never really established the run.
They lived and died on the sword that they, had all year, even in that Super Bowl. It was Mahomes throw, downfield, and the Bucs took that away.
The main thing too is their offensive line was hurt, and Tampa could freaking get.
Okay, but let me ask you this though: do you really think that offensive line would have made a difference with that?
It wouldn't have been as bad. I don't think it would have been as bad. Tampa would have gotten pressure with the 4.
I think, and I'm not bringing up the offensive side of it, but defensively, Tampa did everything that they needed to do to shut them down. And
Yeah.
I don't think that gets brought up enough because everyone's on that, oh, Tom Brady, the offense, he did this, Gronk, 2 touchdowns, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at that defense, that Tampa Bay defense shut down that team. And, you know, to the point that we were going, you know, back to the point where, you know, the Raiders had an identity all year, right? And then they got to the big game, they changed that identity. Shout out to Kansas City. They, you know, stayed to their identity and they died on that sword, I think. But I get it. Why change it, you know? And look at Kansas City's standpoint, you know? Why change how we played all year, even with our line hurt, you know? Like, was that going to make the difference? I don't know if that would have been the difference for them to win, but I just think, to your point, as far as like changing the game plan last minute, seems kind of fishy.
The thing about the Raiders, they weren't like
We're talking about the Raiders-Bucks Super Bowl.
they weren't.
Yeah, I know.
They weren't run heavy. The Raiders weren't like KC that they were more to the pass. The Raiders had more of a balance. I believe that year, I think Gardner had 1,000. If not, he was really close. Wheatley was probably in that 700 range. So they ran the ball well. Gannon went crazy that year. So they were more passing, but they still had a formidable. They could have put in a game plan to run the ball because they had the tools for it. I don't know if Kansas City did have the tools for it.
Well, dude, that Kansas City Super Bowl right now, it seemed like there was nobody blocking. It seemed like it was hot, and they were just running at him.
There was that one play, go where it was like, it was like, where's the offensive line? They were just. I remember I got up and I was like, what the?
Yeah, but even if they try to establish a run, like with that O-line, like what is that run going to do?
But back to this Raider Super Bowl issue. You guys think the fix was in?
As I was mentioning, as far as like you're changing the game plan kind of like last minute like that, it seems fishy. Like that, I know I was kind of diverting it back to the Kansas City thing, but the only reason I brought up Kansas City because I was saying like they stayed true to their identity, right? Mm-hmm. Where the Raiders, for whatever reason that year, you said highly, they were very balanced, right? And they might have gone into that game based off of how the Bucks played all year, knowing that, hey, you know, the original game plan, we're going to run on these guys. These guys have a weakness on the run. And then you're going to change it last minute? Yeah, that's a little fishy.
The thing about those Bucks teams, yeah, they had a great defense, but they were undersized.
Yeah, but to that interview, though, they were running a cover 2. So, I mean, that means that they weren't throwing the blitz at you. They had those big guys up front getting some sort of pressure, and then they're letting the linebackers and defensive backs do everything else.
They had Simeon Rice. They had Sapp and they had Booger on their D-line. Booger was the biggest one of all of them. The other ones were all undersized. Even Sapp as a tackle.
No, but didn't they have Brooks? Their linebacker, that guy was a beast.
But he also was undersized. He was not a big back. He was a fast linebacker, a coverage linebacker. He wasn't those tackles freed him up. He wasn't a Ray Lewis.
Okay, no.
He was good. He was freaking fantastic. But the Raiders could have mauled that team.
I would like to see that game again under different circumstances.
They could have ran that ball and established the run.
Do you think with a different coach?
I think just with a different scheme, dude. If they would have pounded the ball instead of trying to do what they did.
Fan myself. So.
But just to play devil's advocate here on this one, do you think kind of to what Hialeah was saying as far as the year that Gannon was having, he was getting some sort of success. He was the MVP, you know, and you would think, hey, we're going to go into the Super Bowl with the league's MVP. We're riding with it. You know what I mean? Like, I can also see that type of standpoint, but what's fishy is the last minute change of plans. Like maybe if that was a plan from the beginning, right, I guess that would be different. But I could understand that mentality as far as a coach, like, you know what, we got the league's MVP. Yeah, maybe he isn't, the world's greatest quarterback, but yo, he's slinging it this year. He's feeling it. Why not? Let's ride with it.
Yeah, the fact that two of the greatest receivers in NFL history, to me, both agreed. Which receivers are generally divas. They want passes coming their way, and they both. And yeah, maybe it was in hindsight, but they both said we should have pounded the ball. That tells me almost everything I need to know. Like they weren't, yeah, let's throw. I'll get more catches. They wanted to fucking pound the ball.
Win that game. They wanted to fucking win that game.
It's fishy at best, dude. The whole thing.
No,
Hey.
for sure it's fishy.
To wrap up the football thing, because we've been going a long fucking time.
Bro.
This year we paid more attention to point spreads because we did the whole fucking season. I noticed a lot of fishy shit this year, and I want to just mention a few of them before we go. Buccaneers versus Falcons earlier in this year. The Falcons were winning. Buccaneers did a furious comeback. People, you can check this out on your own, YouTube it. At the end of a game, there's plenty of videos on YouTube. There was a 4th and whatever, and they ended up short, dude. You could see the referee grabbing the ball, moving it forward, and then you could see the chains come out, which I don't understand why the fuck we still have 2 dudes with a chain in today's day and age. And it was legitimately short. You could see space between the chain and the ball. They called it a first down. Even the announcers were like, I don't want to talk about conspiracies, but that looked like they missed that call. That one
gang, baby.
It was fucking fishy. The Eagles versus Seahawks, a night game where the spread I think was 7 or it was
or
8.
10.
I think it was 8 or 7. At the end of the game, the Eagles throw a Hail Mary, and Doug Peterson decides to go for a
2-point conversion.
an unimportant 2-point conversion, and by getting it, they then cover, which they shouldn't have under normal circumstances. Usually, you just kick the field goal. I saw Nick Chubb run out of bounds on a long run at the 1-yard line, which led to the Browns not covering. 99% of the time, the guy runs that into the end zone, and they cover.
There was no reason for him not to run it in. I'm sorry.
The only reason was they took the knees and they legitimately ended the game while still having the ball. But the game wouldn't have been.
They still won. They would have been up.
Yeah, it was very odd.
Yeah.
It was odd. Then there was the whole last game with the Eagles pulling most of the starters and sitting guys, that Doug Peterson may or may not have gotten fired for. And then there was the Packer game against the Bucs, NFC Championship game, which we already touched on. The touchdown at the end of the first half from Brady. Aaron Rodgers not running it in for the touchdown on a clear path. And then them going for that fucking field goal instead of going for the touchdown.
2. Yeah.
And didn't it seem like Aaron Rodgers was just biting his lip and he was made to do something he didn't want to do? Or,
Wow, you're the conspiracy guy, or are you just trying?
I do believe in that. Aaron Rodgers was just like, there's something more behind this. I felt that. It just was. It's like, dude, we don't know nothing about football, and we knew the right call was to go for it and not kick a fucking field goal. We all knew that they were never going to get the ball again. And you're going to tell me this guy, because he's a first-year coach or second year, he doesn't know that? Come on, dude. That was bullshit.
Hey, man, if anything, as a young coach, you they're not going to fire you because you tried to win the game. They're not going to. That was super fishy.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It was just Rodgers' whole demeanor. It felt like he did something he really didn't want to do, or
he was towing the company line.
It just seemed odd to me.
I mean, I don't want to say all that, but I think that, going for the field goal instead of going for it is definitely fishy. As far as the Rodgers thing, he might beat himself up for not going and running for that touchdown. I feel like he has that in him, but I don't know. It might be too soon, I guess, to comment on that one for myself. I'll have to wait, do a little digging. Hialeah, Mr. Conspiracy Guy.
It just felt fishy for me from the beginning when that happened.
All right, sure.
And there's a lot of guys, not a lot, but I at least know of like a few examples of guys. We just heard this Dwight Smith guy basically say the fix is in on every Super Bowl. That's basically what he said, right?
You're waiting for those Vegas odds. And, I mean, if you think about what he said there, he's kind of right. Kansas City was favored by 3. That's all you needed.
We had the Bills and the Packers in the Super Bowl. That's what we had picked.
Who?
Me and Randy.
Not me.
That's
all
what
right.
I picked.
Raul, I don't know if you remember this, and this is before I was on this show, but I was on another show, and when they first acquired Tom Brady, I was like, this team's going to the Super Bowl. And everyone said I was crazy. I was like, why? Look at them on paper. Oh, but 90 on paper doesn't mean nothing. Blah, 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 blah.
I understand that, and I understand why you said that. But just seeing them play during the year, I thought it was going to be the Bills and the Packers. To me, those two teams were my picks. I just thought they played better. I don't think KC, they were 14-2, but they were not dominant like they were last year.
No, but they dominated the Bills, so I don't see where you could see that. They dominated the Bills twice.
Maybe there was something fishy to that.
The fucking Saints-Rams call or non-call, that one was fucking crazy. Remember that one, NFC Championship game a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Fuck, dude. They basically handed the Super Bowl to the Rams, and arguably it would have been a better game with the Saints in there.
Yeah.
But look, if you look into Larry Johnson, everybody remember Larry Johnson?
The running back?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. From Kansas City?
He's kind of out there. He's a conspiracy theorist, but he says the games are fixed. Benny Cunningham, former running back, I think he played on the Bears. He says the games are fixed, but they make them sign a non-disclosure agreement. So they can't.
That I don't fucking believe. Signing a non-disclosure?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think if they were made to sign a non-disclosure, that shit would have came up long ago.
Well, we can figure it out if it's true or not. NFL players,
you know what? I'm gonna say this, Randy, would not surprise me because the more I think about it, and as you said it earlier, it's entertainment, right? And even Buddy said it in the bro. And you know what? Everyone laughed at and they joked about wrestling, but guess what? It's entertainment, and guess how much money wrestling makes?
Yep,
a lot.
So you know what? I would not be surprised, and we all know that's all fixed.
I wouldn't be surprised. And dude, just with the betting, I mean, don't we always say who gets the money? Where's the money?
I mean, I hate to bring this up, but let's to go back to basketball. People think that 06 Heat championship was something to do with the refs.
Well,
because we were down, and then all of a sudden, Dwayne Wade's getting calls.
He's getting fouled every time. But I look at that two ways. He was a very attacking player at the time, always going to the rim. But yes, there was an overwhelming amount of calls in our favor for that one.
I mean,
and Dallas looked really good those first two games.
Yeah, these guys that I'm talking about and a couple other guys, Bubba Smith, we mentioned earlier, they all think that there's a narrative, a narrative of what teams, what players. And look, dude, Tim Brown spoke out about this. That was an old article that I read, He didn't make the Hall of Fame for a long fucking time, dude. That he should have. That guy should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. A lot of guys got in that didn't have his credentials. And I personally think it had something to do with that, dude. He wasn't in the club. He talked out. He said some shit he shouldn't have said. And that hurt him. They couldn't keep him out forever, but they did punish him, I think.
Yeah, I think he waited like three to 4 years to get in.
No, dude, I think it was like a decade, man.
No, it wasn't a decade.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a decade from his playing days, but 4 or 5 years from the point he was eligible.
Where he was the first eligible, yeah.
Yeah, but he should have been first ballot. Yeah. There's no reason.
He should have been a first ballot because, he really those teams barely made the playoffs, if any year, except until the end of his career.
Yeah, but he also
that's not a tall, dude, to me.
Yeah, but numbers, consistency,
and he was great. He was great, and he did it with shit quarterbacks. A
A
ton.
testament, more of a testament to his career.
Bro, so you're telling me that Zach Thomas shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame?
I think Zach Thomas is in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, that's my
But
point though. Like he
Hall of
didn't
Fame,
do
but
anything in any meaningful game, but if you look at the way he played his
Zach
statistics,
Thomas is a first ballot either.
no, I agree.
I
But
forgot
second
Tim
or
Brown
third?
played in Tampa.
It depends who goes in the same year, man. And you got to look and see who else he was up against the years that he was eligible. You know?
Did you know he was a Buccaneer at the end of his career?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, crazy. Look at his numbers though. 100 touchdowns. That's usually a ticket right there.
Who's that, Brown?
Yeah, nearly 15,000 yards. He missed 15,000 by 66 yards.
He had an amazing career.
That's his first ballot. And then early in his career, he was a pretty fucking good punt returner too, dude.
Yeah, he was an excellent punt returner.
3,000 punt return yards. This is to me is the first ballot.
Bro, according to Hire Lee, you ain't making
You know
it.
what? Look at Isaac Bruce.
Okay.
I don't know what year.
Why do you want to see Isaac Bruce, bro?
Yeah, what does he have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Just compare. Just
He's not
compare.
a Raider.
Just compare it.
Same amount of yards, very close on the touchdowns, very similar careers.
Mm-hmm.
He did win
Isaac Bruce. Hold on, Raul. Isaac Bruce, first ballot?
No, he didn't go on his first ballot.
No, I'm asking you though. To you, is he a first ballot?
No, I don't think he is.
Okay. Then why would you bring him up?
Because I want to see. I want to know how many years it took Isaac Bruce to get in compared to Tim Brown, if they weren't, you know. But then you also got to look and see who was in that class coming out as well, because they're not going to get everybody. Not everybody goes in.
I think Chris Carter got in before Tim Brown.
I think you're right.
That's fair though.
And you think, let's look at, well, before we look at Chris Carter, this is Terrell Owens. How long did he have to wait?
I don't know, 5 years maybe.
And he had 153 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. That's Hall of Fame, dude. He's
more yards than any of the other guys we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, do you remember when he pulled out the Sharpie?
Yes, and when he stood on the star?
Oh, bro, with the popcorn?
Yeah, that too. Who's the other guy you guys asked me to look up?
Damn, who was it?
Chris Carter.
Chris Carter.
So Chris Carter. Former Dolphin.
Very short stint.
This was a fun episode, guys. I had a lot more shit, but we'll save it for another time.
I like it.
Chris Carter had less yards, but more touchdowns. 130 touchdowns, under 14,000 yards.
You know what? I'll look and see how many years they had to wait from the first time they were eligible. That'll be a good one.
All I know is Carter got in first.
He got in first. I think you're right.
But he was like, this is back to the club thing, you know. Chris Carter, part of the club. Tim Brown, for whatever reason, not part of the club. Terrell Owens, not one of the boys.
Definitely not one of the boys.
Right.
Now, I got one to bring up to you, and I guess it seems that he's part of the club because, I mean, he had some early troubles from the beginning from what I could remember, but your boy Randy Moss. How'd you know? He stole it right out of my mouth. Stole it right out of my mouth, bro. Randy Moss, man.
But you
He's
can't
gotta
let
be
this
in the
guy
club.
out, dude, because
He got out to a rocky start, though. You're right.
It was crazy rocky, man. Even at Marshall, he was, controversial.
That's why he fell. That's why he fell in the draft.
But he was supposed to go to Notre Dame, and then everything that happened at Notre Dame, and then went to Marshall.
But you could argue that Terrell Owens had a better career almost.
He did have
yeah.
a better career.
Look at it. This is Randy Moss's numbers here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know
very
what?
similar to T.O.
But you know what T.O. didn't have, though? Kids in the street going, Moss.
You got Moss.
Yeah, bro. Like, I grew up in that era, bro. Like, till this day, if I see anyone make a one-handed catch, I'm like, damn, yo, you just got Moss, bro. You know?
He was a phenom, dude. He was fucking gifted.
To me, they were almost the same. You know what I mean? Like the production, both kind of wacky stuff from time to time.
I'm taking Moss, though. I'm taking Randy.
I'm taking Randy, too, dude.
Yeah, but we're splitting hairs, though, right? Like,
okay, I mean, we could split hairs, but I'll say this: one of the greatest I've ever seen at the position was Revis, and then Randy Moss gets called out by Revis, and then old man Randy mosses him in the end zone. T.O. ain't do nothing like that at the end of his career.
Fell off a little bit, right? Like his career didn't last long, right?
Nah, bro. Pull up Revis's numbers.
I gotta go, man.
All right.
I'm falling asleep.
You could pull up Revis's number. That guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer if you want to talk about first ballot.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
No problem.
Old man Hialeah.
Dude, he played 11 years.
Bro, but look at that guy was easy. I hated him, but that guy easily first round Hall of Famer if you ask me.
He has, I guess next year he'll be eligible.
Yeah.
I forgot he was a Chief. But I don't know. Like, he retired at 32, dude.
Oh, okay. How long was his career?
Moss retired, I guess, a few more years. So Moss played fucking 12 plus 4, 16 years. Revis, 11.
Okay, but also, too, Revis within that 11, he was probably easily 6 years in the league, the best player at his position.
Yes, I just think
unarguably.
No, for sure. I just think Moss had more longevity.
No, for sure. But I'm just saying, but Moss also called him out and mossed him.
He was a beast.
At the end. Yeah, So I don't know. I'll take Moss over T.O. personally. That's just me.
I don't know. T.O.'s a monster, dude.
No, T.O. is a beast.
All right, Chad, I'm going to ask you this. Do you think sports are fixed? Or do you think they can fix them on occasion?
Do I think they're always fixed? No. Do I think they are? Do I think they are fixed? Absolutely. I do think that these corporations and or businesses push their narrative, push the teams that they want you to see, and kind of even backtracking to when I brought up the Heat and Mavs, right? And then when we get LeBron, and all of a sudden it's Mavs and Heat, right? Dirk gets his ring. It's against the Heat, the team that beat him. You know what I mean? Certain things are just a little fishy,
Yes. We give a take. We'll give you're in the mix.
All of a sudden, LeBron's last year with the Heat, he's got a cramp, can't play against San Antonio, or the AC isn't working, the Heat. You know what I'm saying? What are the odds that those things happen during this time where it's supposed to be the finals, where things should be as perfect as they could possibly be at these times? So no, I agree.
What are the odds a Heat player cannot literally take the Heat in a fucking game?
Oh yeah, and has cramps, right? The best player in the world in his prime age. Think about that. I mean, not that he's probably the best version of himself that we see now with the Lakers, but if you look at his age and at the time of that, how is that guy cramping during an NBA Finals, right? Where he's trying to cement his legacy amongst the greats as far as Kobe, Jordan, and all that. So, I mean, I don't know.
Is that a stain on his career, you think?
No, I don't think it's a stain. It's kind of like Brady. He went to 10. All right, Braun went to 10 and he won 4. You know what I'm saying? It looked like he might even win another 2 if he keeps playing the way he's playing.
4 and 6 in the finals?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I agree with you on I don't think every game is fixed. That would be too much. But I do think at times they could kind of steer, whether it be Vegas, the league. I think things can be steered. I definitely think this year's Super Bowl was steered in some way. I think the Chiefs were going to get there all the way. But the Tampa thing, I think, fuck, dude, something happened there.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a hater. Call me a hater. I don't understand it.
My only thing with that, if you look at the NFC, I mean, I don't know. Okay, granted, yeah, you could argue the Packers were probably maybe the best team in the NFC, but at the same time, though, the Packers didn't look like the Packers usually do. They struggled throughout the year.
Well, Rodgers had a great year, dude.
I completely agree. And it was definitely on him. And if you look now, I'm just trying to look at the teams and the matchups, right? If you look, he had a great year, but he's only got Devontae Adams over there, right? He doesn't have much of a weapon other than that. And
Well, that's a pretty fucking good weapon, though.
yeah, and then you take him out, and then what does he got? And that's kind of what the Bucks did.
Yeah, I mean, there was just some kind of fishy stuff in that game.
Yeah, and fishy calls and fishy flags thrown for sure. And I hear you there, but you know, when I look at the firepower, I'm like, okay, were the Packers that much better than the Bucks on paper? No, I don't think so. Like if you gave me both those teams at the beginning of the year on paper, I'm like, yeah, the Bucks are a better team. Now the Bucks didn't show that throughout the year because they struggled. They had those humps.
They got hot late.
Yeah, I felt like it was like those Giants teams that won the wild card and caught fire at the right time.
Yeah,
but caught fire at the right time or caught the right calls at the right time.
I just think there's a little shit sprinkled in sometimes. Beside, like, I don't think they're gonna make the Jets. I don't. Whatever they do, they're not gonna fucking finagle the Jets to a Super Bowl win. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I hear you.
You could throw as many calls as you want their way, but just like any company, maybe, dude. Like sometimes you see people at a company and you're like, how the fuck is that guy in that position? How the fuck does that guy make that much more money than this guy? And that's kind of the way I look at it sometimes with Brady. I'm like, how the fuck does that, that's
that's a good analogy though, on that. And
I don't know.
It makes sense. And to that interview that we listened to, not surprised, year of COVID, Tampa, in Florida, which is a hot spot in the sense of like, we know like they love having Super Bowls in Florida, right? The weather's pretty much perfect this time of year. It's not going to be snowing or anything like that. And it just so happens year of COVID, the home team of the Super Bowl goes to the Super Bowl and wins it. I mean, those just things you kind of do have to question, and
curious shit.
It just seems all too convenient.
Yeah, almost like it was scripted.
Yeah. So no, I'm with you. I don't think they're all fixed, but I definitely think that the narrative is pushed to what they want it to be, depending on what the storylines as far as the fans, want to see. Because if you look at, back to the NBA, look at Golden State, right? Now it just seems like nothing. They've completely dropped off, right? They've changed now it's about like the Nets. The Nets are like the it team. They're going to be the ones. They're going to the finals to face LeBron now, So it's just like,
and ESPN like pumps all that shit up too. It's like, all right, it's like this is a storyline. Boom, and they're like fucking Jerry the King Lawler and fucking the guy
Jim Ross.
JR, yeah, and they're just pumping it and pumping and pumping it, and like that's all you're getting shoved down your throat is the fucking Nets, and I guess they want the Nets Lakers, right? That's what they want. I'm not watching that much basketball, but I guess that's what they want.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. The Heat are struggling.
Yeah,
from what I've seen. I haven't been able to watch too much of them, but they are struggling.
They're bouncing back a little bit now that they got Butler back, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, it just overall, I don't know. I don't know if it's I do think we lost some key players into what happened last year, and we got some new guys trying to like fulfill those roles. But yeah, they're struggling, and it looks like the Nets are like the it team right now with Durant, Harden and Kyrie, man. And even if one of them is out, they still seem to like go off with point. I mean, it reminds me so much of those Suns teams that Steve Nash was on. I don't know if you remember those, but it was just straight scoring, like no defense, straight scoring. And that's what all this team does. But yeah, to me, it feels like that's what's being pushed.
Yeah, they have arguably, not arguably, 3 of the best scorers in the NBA.
And then you're also talking about, they go back to Brooklyn, right? New York's the mecca of basketball, according to, most people that watch basketball. yeah, the Knicks have been irrelevant. Doesn't look like they're going to push the Knicks narrative, right? How do you get New York a championship?
We'll get this guy over here.
Yep.
And now we got a super team all of a sudden.
Well,
He's
they had
just-
Kyrie, and then it was Kyrie bringing Durant over there, and then Durant gets hurt, and then how convenient James Harden pushes his way out of Houston to
You
go
said
over
how
there.
convenient. You said how
Oh,
convenient.
damn it! Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, dude. It just some of the stuff just seems like almost too perfect sometimes. You know, I'm definitely. This is a recent phenomenon for me. But more and more I look at it, and I'm like, holy shit, that's almost too convenient, dude. The way shit happened, you know, like Durant goes there, he got hurt. Kyrie had to miss a year, right? So like they kind of just fucking built that thing behind the scenes almost, and then boom, there's a super team there out of the blue almost. It seems like, you know, like where did Kyrie came over from
Boston.
From Boston. Kind of happened. It wasn't your typical super team building like the Heats was really fast, or the Lakers with AD and LeBron and all those other guys. It kind of just fucking happened a little bit more behind the scenes. That one.
For sure. I mean, I guess the Heat get a lot of slack or heat, no pun intended, for, you know, being like that quote unquote first super team. But this is something I've always said, you know, and I'll argue this to the death of me. If you can go back and look at any NBA championship winning team, they had at least 2 to 3 Hall of Famers on them. There was not one team that had just one guy. And even if you look at those Jordan teams, the first 3 and the last 3, he had Hall of Famers around him, you know, and
maybe the Pistons, right?
No, bro.
Exception to the rule.
What? I mean, you got Chauncey Billups, right?
Not a Hall of Famer though.
You don't put. I would put Chauncey Billups in the Hall of Fame. Had a long career, got a freaking chip, right? Went to a couple Eastern Conference championships, and then he went to a Western Conference championship with the Nuggets. People forget that.
Surefire Hall of Famer.
I mean, I'm not saying like first ballot, but yeah, I would say Chauncey Billups in my book, definitely big shot, Hall of Famer for sure.
Who else was on that team? That's Hall
you
of
also
Famer.
had, I mean, the big names from that team at that time were Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, but I would also put Rich Hamilton.
But not Hall of Fame material, I don't think. Good players, solid NBA careers, but I don't think those guys are Hall of Famers.
Look at his numbers. I think the
who
for Rip and Sheed, but Sheed might be Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I'm not that on numbers on basketball that clear as I am on football or baseball numbers. Let me show you Rip. He averaged 17 for his career. And where's the points totals? I think the points totals are down further down. 15,000 points. I mean, I guess he could be borderline, dude. But yes, most. So you got 4 Hall of Famers on that Piston team?
Well, not 4 Hall of Famers, at least 2. I personally, Chauncey and Rip will be the 2 that I would put in. And then outside of that, I think the next one that you would possibly make an argument for would be Sheed. Not that it would be 4, or not that all 3 would get in, but those would be the 3 that I would say, hey, they probably have an argument to get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I guess in recent memory, they're probably the team that I think of that probably has maybe the least surefire. It's not as easy as, you know, the Lakers. Okay, for sure. The Heat, you know, yes, for sure.
Look at when the Mavs won.
Yes,
and
for
the
sure.
Spurs. Yeah.
Yeah. The Mavs, they got a couple, right? For sure. Obviously, all those Bulls teams, most of those Laker teams.
Even Houston when they won.
Yeah. A lot of older Hall of Famers, probably, like towards the end.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, you had, Clyde, you had the Dream, like those two alone. That's it. Like, what else do you need?
All right, we're gonna go one more minute just to hit the 4-hour mark, and then
Let's
we're
do it. I'm about it. Let's go.
I think that's an all-time record for the podcast. Any parting thoughts on the whole fixing scandal sports things?
At the end of the day, it's all entertainment. They want us to be entertained. They make it happen how they want to make it happen, and they got our money, right? And they got us watching, and they got us talking. Randy, look at us, 4 hours in, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty much all I got. This was a ton of fun, and I think this was a great episode and topic, by the way.
Yeah, man, it was fun, dude. I had a bunch more. We'll probably touch on it some other day. There's a lot of weird shit. Whenever you have money, people competing, there could always be. It happens in day-to-day life, so why not when so much money's on the line, you know? So I'm definitely gonna be looking at sports through a different fucking eye next time, looking out for weird fucking shit just to see, you know. And I'm gonna try to not be as emotionally invested. I've kind of trended that way with the Dolphins because, fuck, man, it's heartbreaking sometimes to fucking go to the stadium or fucking dedicate 4 hours of your fucking Sunday or whatever to watch, and then just have your fucking heart ripped out when you're all.
And you and I, we could talk a little bit about that off air if you want, but that could be a whole nother topic because you know what? I completely agree, and I used to be one of those guys that I was a season ticket holder, and I used to give shit to the guy that would stay at home and watch the games and or for the red zone. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to those games, and as you said, my heart got ripped out. I get up 6:30 in the morning to get to the tailgate as soon as they open the gates at 7. Party my ass off. Get all hyped up for the game. They provide crap on the field, and then I gotta wait for 3 hours to get home because parking lot's crazy. And then, I'm better off just watching at home and watching all the other games. So I agree with you, man.
Yeah, now with a kid too, you're probably like, I'd rather just be at home with my kid, dude, watching this, with my family and not. It's a big commitment, season tickets, dude. You're basically killing your Sunday.
Oh, for sure, you're committed, but
you get home and you're hammered, and you're probably gonna go to sleep when you get home.
Pretty much, and then you're gonna hear it from the wife because you didn't do anything.
Absolutely. All right, dude, we've hit the 4-hour mark. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Tank.
Hi, Leah.
People in the chat. People on the replay. Let's see if I can play the music so we can get the fuck out of here. Woo! Fuck Tom Brady.